there, good peeps. Thank everybody again for joining us here and for keeping this case alive, for keeping the truth alive, and not dropping this case, never letting it go until we get some justice, till we get some answers, some clear answers about why police rushed to judgment to accuse David Crowley of this crime. That's number one. Why did they believe so early on that David Crowley was guilty, and what did they do to rule out any other possible suspects? And why does it seem like there were no other suspects even mentioned, even looked at? Because within 24 hours, according to the second police press release, January 18th, 11:40 a.m. on January 18th, that one states that they were treating this crime as a double murder suicide and that the public was not in danger. You can read between those lines and pretty much see that what they're saying is that they're going with the theory that David Crowley killed his wife and his daughter and then himself. So that's how early on the accusations started. Even though they were unable to find any proof that shows David Crowley is guilty, they never wavered from that theory. They never gave any other theories or anything else any other chance. They never looked into anything. Even when they clearly had questioned multiple people whose stories did not add up, whose stories changed. So whether police know that or not, I'm not sure how much they actually know, but it's always just been about getting justice and making sure that the truth comes out. And I think the police have proven that they cannot tie this crime to David. They really can't. So I think that's proven. All of their documents that we've gotten, all the ones that they say, pretty much that's all we need to see to understand that David Crowley is guilty. Well, we saw them, we looked at them all, kept an open mind, and there's nothing there. Therefore, what other conclusion can we come to? So that's been one of the trials here.
I see the
book is done. Book is done, and it kind of feels weird. So I'm definitely gonna go back through it just to look for more grammar errors, more typos, things like that. Because I am doing this all myself. So I'm gonna ask a few select people to, if they have the time, I'm gonna ask them to read it and to make sure that there's no typos, nothing wrong with the grammar, and if there's anything missing or if anything needs to be changed, I can always do that too. So. thinking about the book, reasons why people will hate this book, and there will be some. If you are looking for my theory, you're not going to like this book. If you are looking to be entertained, you're not going to like this book. And this book is for research purposes. This book is the purpose was to try to document all of the different things. So it doesn't play out like maybe some other books might, and it's not meant to. It's not meant to be like that. So I think some people will probably be very disappointed that the book, there's no conclusion to say, well, this is what happened, or this is what I think happened. You're not going to find that in this book, in this particular book here. So I think that's going to be a big letdown for some people who are going to read 200 pages and say, that's it. Another reason people will hate it is because it's probably going to be a lot of stuff that you already know. If you've read things, if you've researched this case, a lot of this stuff is going to be stuff that you already know. And at that point, it might be, the question might be, well, why should I waste my time reading this? I already know all of this stuff. And so the frustration might set in there, because time is very precious. I understand you guys' time is very precious. So that's another reason why you might hate it. My writing style, you might not like my writing style, the way that I write, where all of a sudden I'll be making a point and all of a sudden there's a quote there. There's a lot of dates, so I know people are gonna get it gets a little repetitive. On June 21st, on June 3rd, Detective Bone, there's a lot of Detective Bone reported, Detective Bone stated, according to Detective Bone's report, stuff like that. So that might be frustrating. I'm not, I didn't go to school for writing or anything like that. I enjoy writing, but I don't necessarily consider myself an author or anything like that. This is a self-published book, published through lulu.com. Anybody can go there, publish their own book, do their own thing, and just pay for the cost, really. I mean, you can really do the whole thing yourself on lulu.com. Pay for the whole cost of a proof book, and then pay $75 for worldwide distribution, including Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, etc., for $75. So for the cost of about $100, you could have the book published and distributed worldwide, or you could just sell it through Lulu and for the cost of one proof book. Let's see. So those might be some reasons why you hate it. Obviously, if you're not open to the fact that what the authorities told us is not the whole story, if you're not open to the fact that they can't prove David Crowley guilty, yeah, you're probably not going to like this book either. If you don't like reading textbooks, you're probably not going to like this. You're probably not going to like it. So there could be a lot of reasons, but I want to throw that up out front because I don't want people to be disappointed thinking that there was going to be lots of new things or something. There might be stuff in here that you haven't heard, or stuff that might trigger your mind from some research that you did in the past, but the book is basically a reference guide. What comes next is a whole nother issue that we'll keep an open mind to, and we'll see what we can do, what I can do to use this book to help get it into the right hands, so that we can get a real investigation, a proper investigation. That will be definitely the big goal. So I'm trying to think if there's any other reasons why you might hate this book, but right now I can't think of any. I'm sure there's some out there. I'm sure there will be some, and that's okay. reasons why you might like this book is because you might not have, everything is sourced. It's heavily sourced. So if you're looking for a particular research point, this might be a good reference guide for you to just go back through, check out what the source number is, and go from there. But the toughest chapter is the Grace Shame chapter. 51 pages actually. And that one is tough because I tried to write it a few different ways, and it's always better as for entertainment, I think, and it's always better to have subjects, one subject like Kate Crowley, have all of that as its own chapter. And I started doing that, with certain people, with certain things, and it just didn't like it. I felt like I was just going back, and I felt like a timeline would really help me. And you have to remember, first and foremost, I'm writing this book, like all of my books, like all of my songs, I'm doing it for me, first and foremost, because that's the alternative to what I see out there. There's no books on David Crowley out there. There's nothing that I can go and research and go and look up at a local bookstore or a library, something like that. So I had to write one, and I had to write it the way that I would want to read it. So that's what I mean when I say that it was meant for me, first and foremost. So that's been another challenge, is because there's so many dates. It jumps, you could have 4 different stories going on one date, on one time, and that can be a little frustrating. I think some people might find that a little frustrating when they read this, and they read one sentence that is talking about Kamel's last phone call, and then the next thing jumps to, Kate tried calling Kamel on this day too. I don't know. Maybe it'll flow better. Maybe I'm just a little bit tired because I have spent the last 6 weeks really kicking butt on this book and really trying to get it done.
Can you feel it? See it? Hear it today. If you can, then it doesn't matter anyway. You will never understand it cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking the glass. It's so cool, it's so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. You can touch it, smell it, taste it so sweet. But it makes no difference cause it knocks you off your feet. Say you want it all, but you can't have it. It's crime, bringing a lion on the floor. So you lay down on it, then you do it some more. You got to share it, so you dare it, and you bear it, and you tear it. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. It's alive, afraid, a lie, a sin. It's a magic, it's tragic, it's a loss, it's a win. It's dark, it's moist, it's a bitter pain. It's sad, it happened, and it's a shame. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. What is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? place, but you can't grab it. Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? Yeah, yeah, yes.
And way ahead of schedule. So far ahead of schedule that I do hope to maybe spend October, maybe November, and do an audiobook version that we'll put on a podcast or put on YouTube, something like that, depending on how long it is. So that will be the next step, I think, after that. As long as I have time, there's a lot of other things that I do have going on. This is not, I don't spend all day and all night on this David Crowley issue. I don't really need to. We get to a certain point where some of the things are finally starting to stick in my brain. So I hope that will continue as well. And then it's just about kind of keeping the case going until we can get some pros, till we can get a lawyer, till we can get a private eye, till we can get somebody who, or multiple people, who will keep leading us down the path to getting the case reopened. And in the end, that's what the purpose is. That's what we've been working towards, and that's where our focus is. That's the focus. It's on the research, on the documents, on looking at everything and saying, hey man, we're all looking at the same data here. Where are you seeing in this data that shows David Crowley is guilty? And I think by now everybody knows that it's not there. So, I don't know. There might be some other reasons why you don't like this book, but I felt that it needed to be written. I hope in the future other people will also consider writing a book on this case. I know a few other people have talked about it, so we'll see what comes out of that, and then we'll see where things take us. But I'm gonna keep praying about it. I'm gonna keep just going wherever God takes me. Nothing's gonna stop us, and all we have to do is just stay focused. We're on the right track. All you good people who are looking into this case, keeping an open mind, we're on the right track. And it's just about letting more and more people know. The more people that know about this case, the more people are going to probably see the same things that we are, have the same questions that we are, and that's okay. And I don't want people to get frustrated if somebody's asking the same question 20 times. I ask the same questions. There's nothing wrong with that. So over and over again, we're just fact-checking, going back and checking data and making corrections when corrections are necessary. But the big thing has never changed. The goal has never changed, and it's never going to.
As we discussed in prior conversations, in the DCA lab reports for the DNA, there are 3 bullets that have Kamel DNA profile on it. And the bullets that were used, the .40 caliber hollow points, when they're fired, they become like a mushroom. And the parts that will travel, that part of the bullet that travels through you, when it becomes a mushroom, there's these little ridges around the top that come out that are like petals. And that's what rips through your skin, through your body, and bone. It will collect all that around those little ridges. And so the 3 bullets, 42, 43, and item 44, all had just Kamel's DNA on it, which would leave the assumption that they all 3 had gone through Kamel's body. Most of her head was missing, and her hands were missing. So we honestly don't have an actual trajectory of where each single bullet went through. They were able to pick up some skull fragments, but I don't believe that they were able to pick up enough. The 3 bullets that you have photos of, 42, 43, and 44 that were right on the carpet, the ones that were actually fired, those belong to Kamel.
Okay. I'm just writing that down.
And those were the ones that were found the very first day. The bullet that was fired through the floor and into the basement wall, that was the item 45.
Okay.
And there was no DNA profile on that bullet, which means it did not go through anybody at all.
Okay.
It would have, those type of bullets, they would have collected something if it went through somebody. It would have collected tissue, bone. I mean, they're horrible. They're wicked bullets.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos on YouTube, but the damage that they do, oh my goodness. There's a reason why some people use them.
How long would that DNA or anything, blood, all that stuff, flesh, how long would it stay on these bullets? Do we have any indication of that?
Well, they're inside a house, and so it's in a controlled environment. There's not rain or rushing water or anything like that coming down on them. Because I'm not an expert, it would be very hard for me to give you an actual time frame. It can corrode over time, DNA, but that's over a long period of time and exposed to elements. In a house where things are not actually, like the environment is not ruining it, in my opinion, it would last for an extremely long time. To give you an example, or to compare the bullets, the attic one, that one was found a month after the body was discovered. They only found touch DNA on that one. There was no blood detected. That would be on page 26 of the BCA report. So that would leave the assumption that it's just touch DNA if there wasn't blood on there.
Meaning the bullet was just fired into the ceiling. It didn't. It's not the bullet that killed, like you've said many times already. And it's not the bullet that David killed himself with.
Yes, and it's the same type of bullet that was used in these killings, though. So David had handled that bullet in his hands as he put it into the clip magazine. So that DNA still stayed on that bullet, even after fired and gone through the ceiling and landed in the attic someplace.
So once the book is published, I do hope to try to get it into the hands of the AVPD, the BCA, the Dakota County Sheriffs, maybe some state representatives in Minnesota if I can find a constituent in Minnesota in a certain district to get their elected representative to look at this, or to get a potential elected representative to look at it. I'd be happy with that too. After watching that movie, Missing 411, which I thought was good, really good. I got some notes on it, but watching that documentary, that's how you do it. That's how you make a documentary. If somebody could make a documentary about David Crowley the same way that a documentary was made on Missing 411, man, the impact that a documentary like that would have would be powerful, extremely powerful. It's very interesting that there is a request for known DNA samples for victims, but not for a suspect. That makes me wonder if at this point they are also treating David as a victim. We know very soon that's going to change. He will be a suspect. It's pointed out that no one has been charged in this case. Page 84 is specifically referring to David Crowley, and it is quoted as saying, "Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. Rope/bracelets on his left wrist. His bare left foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot partially exposed. A rip was observed on the left thigh of his pants. A portion of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's lower right leg. His right sleeve was pushed up, and a tattoo was visible on his right forearm. For Kamel, her left arm was under her body, extended towards the right. Her right arm extended over to her left. Both of her hands appeared to be missing. Only a portion of her skull appeared to be attached to her spine. They also noted a rip in the rear right leg, and they state that she was lying on top of a blue blanket. For Rania, she was lying on her left side with her left hand extended out to her front. Her right arm was missing. She had a blue top with white polka dots that was pulled up around her neck, exposing her torso, and she was barefoot. Page 85, personnel from the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office entered the scene at approximately midnight on 1/18/2015. A hole was observed in the remaining portion of the skull attached to David's spine. 2 possible holes were observed in the remaining portion of Kamel's skull. A hole was observed behind Rania's left ear. Additional tattoos of David's left forearm and tattoos on Kamel's back were also found. Still page 85. The bodies were removed from the scene at approximately 1:30 a.m. on January 18, 2015. Several fragments of apparent bone and tufts of apparent hair were observed in the area rug in the living room. They found 6 cartridge cases, item 2, item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37. They found 1 unspent round, a live round, it's item 7, 3 spent bullets, item 42, item 43, and item 44. They also have item 31, which is a bullet fragment. Regarding the bloody footprints, looking at page 86, they state that a chemical was used to enhance any possible ridge detail present within the prints. The prints were documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Page 86. So here is just one example of them taking photos before and after things are moved, before and after chemicals are sprayed and used. It's interesting, on page 87, they're already talking about item 57, where they say a hole was observed in the living room ceiling near the front entry. Characteristics of the hole and its surrounding area indicate that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. A bullet, item 57, was collected from the attic in the vicinity of the hole. It's also important to note that there were 2 ways to get into that attic. You can get in there from the master bedroom, but you can also get to the attic from the garage. There's another entry in the garage. Sticking with the basement bullet, there's actually 5 holes here. It begins with a hole in the area rug in the living room. The second hole is in the living room floor. that goes through that wood. The third hole would be above the ceiling tile in the basement. The fourth hole is the removable ceiling tile. And the fifth hole is where the bullet is retrieved from inside the wall near this hole on the south wall. Going back to the description of David, looking at page 101 now, we see that there is a rip in the navy blue shirt, quote, ripped on bottom. There is a rip near the left leg, possibly, if I'm reading this right. The left foot is covered by the blue blanket, right bare foot partially exposed. Part of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's leg, arms fully extended to his sides, right hand missing with possible tissue attached. Still on page 101. From neck of the shirt, visible vertebrae and back portion of skull attached. Piece of skull within the back part of his skull was still there. The right forearm is purple and black. Left hand is purple with leathery textured appearance. There's a tattoo on the right forearm. David's stomach is exposed, light skin with purple discoloration. His left leg through the rip, light skin with yellow discoloration. Right foot, purple discoloration with leathery appearance. Right forearm cool to the touch, stiff. Stiffness in stomach. Skin slippage, mummification, possible animal activity, and skeletalization, page 102. For Kamel, there is a rip in the right sweatpant, brown sweater lifted partially up, black undershirt, gray state shirt, we know that's a gray state t-shirt she was wearing, tan undergarment exposed, still page 102. Lying on her stomach with her left arm under the body extended towards the right. Right arm extended over to her left. Just the skull was observed through the neck hole of the shirt, I'm guessing. I'm not sure. Neither hand visible. Right leg rip. Yellow, purple, green skin exposed on lower back and right leg through rip. A bead of liquid on the lower back and right thigh. Temperature and stiffness not checked. Skeletalization. Possible animal activity. Possible bloating. Blankets above head area of Kamel, page 104. For Rania, page 102 to 103, she was barefoot, gray sweatpants, halfway down the buttocks, all the way up the front. Shirt was around her neck, entire torso exposed, on the left side, left arm extended out in front, right leg crooked and knee upward, entire right arm missing, first stated as her left arm. Red, purple, yellow discoloration at the torso and left arm. Purple discoloration on both feet. Skin slippage, marbling on the torso, mummification of fingers and toes, detached hair, possible animal activity. Taking a few steps back to page 103 through 104, and some of this will be found on page 106 and 107 as well. The cartridge cases. Item 2 was found in the corner of the carpet. Item 3 was another cartridge case on the east side of the living room near the stool behind the recliner. Item 9 was found in the living room. Item 30 near the south wall to the left of David. Item 36, another bullet case to the left of David. Item 37 was found on the floor by the couch. Those are the 6 casings found here. Item 2, Item 3, Item 9, Item 30, Item 36, and Item 37. 6 cases. They should be looking for 6 bullets, but they're not. They find 4, and that's it. They find 4 bullets and leave the house. So item 42, 43, and 44 are spent cartridges that are found in the living room carpet with hair on. Item 45 is the bullet that is found in the basement that is tied to the hole labeled as F. Item 45 is the bullet from the basement that is tied to the hole labeled F. So here you have 4 bullets here. That's it. And they're happy with that. Now there is another fragment. There is item 31, which is a fragment, a bullet fragment, that is found in the living room carpet near the south wall to the left of David, page 104. Then you have item 7, which is a cartridge found in the living room, never used. Did this jam? Did the gun jam and that bullet had to be taken out? Why is this bullet, why is there one live round, one unspent round found in the same area as Kamel? In the same area as where these 3 bodies are. Okay, if you look at this, if you were to look at 42, 43, 44, and 45, okay, we know that those are bullets found, right? Item 31, you could try to tie that to one of the other bullets. They still leave the house with 6 cartridge cases and only 4 bullets. And there's 2 other bullets in the house that they won't find till 2 days later and 1 month later. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Here are some videos, some past videos that are related to the book, The Gray Stage, that will be out very soon. Originally I was thinking January. There's no way I'm gonna wait until then. So depending on when the artwork is done, depending on when my proofreaders have gone through it and my fact checkers have looked at it, then I'd like to get this thing out as soon as possible. So December was another option, and now looking more towards November. So we'll see. Whatever the plan is, whatever God's plan is, but I do hope that the book will help researchers, help future researchers get caught up on this, to make it easy for them if they just want to focus on the documents, on the data, on the quotes, and all that. So, hope you enjoy these videos. These are just little snippets from my book, The Gray Stage. Thank you.
They're gonna put me in the movies. They're gonna make a big star out of me. We'll make a film about a man that's sad and lonely, and all I gotta do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie. Then I know that you'll plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally. We'll make the scene about a man that's sad and lonely, and begging down upon his bended knees. I'll play the part, but I won't need rehearsing. All I'll have to do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie. But then I know that you will plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally.
On October 26, 2017, Dan Hinnon interviewed Mike Boggio III, president of Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. During the interview, Mr. Boggio discussed how he met David Crowley, the alleged $30 million deal, and when negotiations with the Gray State Project ended. You ready for this? Hello, Hollywood. Mike Boggio III met David Crowley through a mutual friend. The mutual friend connected us together, so we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting, so that's how we got together. In May of 2014, David Crowley met with the Michael Entertainment Group in Los Angeles, California. It was a very promising project, Boggio told Hannon. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, and advised David to make numerous changes. At first, we were taking it to the big screen, Boggio continued. And then, as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television and have a series made out of it, which would have been a lot better for the concept of David's idea. Without specifically naming names, Mr. Boggio commented on the actors considered for the Gray State Project. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. 2 months earlier, on March 8, 2014, David had stated that Sean Stone wanted a role in the future project. Quote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. Mike Boggio thought that David's version of Gray State would be a great A&E show. It'd be a great cable network television show that could spin off into a film. A&E is also where Eric Nelson's documentary was eventually released. David was always very mature, Boggio told Hannon, very professional, very kind and courteous and outgoing and excited. That's the key word. Mike called David's excitement about the project phenomenal. The original setting for the Gray State movie was in the Midwest Minnesota area, but MEG felt the movie setting needed to be nationwide, coast to coast, north to south. The $30 million deal. We were negotiating with David at the time, Mike Boggio told Dan Hinnon. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget in this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. On May 23, 2014, David Crowley posted an update about the deal with Michael Entertainment Group. Quote, it just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned within the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. So there were negotiations, Boggio explained. We were actually trying to option a screenplay. When we option a screenplay, we option a screenplay for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film. Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time. Mr. Boggio then clarified, when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish. As far as MEG's last conversation with David went, according to Mike Boggio, it was sometime in September of 2014, and those negotiations continued until David died. We actually met face-to-face in Hollywood, Boggio relayed to Hinnon, sat down right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David. David was out in California, flew out for the night, just to come to sit down with us to discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss the concept and everything else. So that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer, and then we discussed, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave him the reason why. You get picked up by a network, and it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving that network. So we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on. And it would pick up a demographic of Sons of Anarchy. So we talked to him about numbers and statistics and discussed, if we take this to a series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer then at the end of the series it can go to the big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to making Gray State Network. In the beginning of David Crowley's connection to MEG, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, said Boggio, which would have given him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film, so he would have been paid to be a producer on the film. And then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and that's why we all got together. Asked about the allegations that David walked away from the project, or if MEG decided not to go forward with the project, Mike Boggio seemed to deny both allegations. We didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that, and I don't even know where those two ideas came from. Nothing to my knowledge. Again, we never told David to get lost. I tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things. I didn't hear from him or anything. So I was getting a little nervous myself. Not nervous for our business transactions. David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and his family. I did that numerous times until I heard the very strange, disturbing news. So when Mike received news of David's death, he was in total shock. I didn't believe it. So Christmas comes, Boggio continued. December 2014, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camille and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year, and then I still didn't hear anything. So I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person. Let me take a step backward. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, nah, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. When he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself and he just focuses on what he has to do. I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So like another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year's message on his voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from him. Did you go over there for the holidays? The mutual friend had not gone to David's house yet. And then like the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock. Owning the Gray State franchise. Who owns the rights? Who owns them now? If the deal with MEG was only with David, where did Danny Mason fit in? I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were, said Boggio. I can't answer to that. We had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't advise David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you. Dan Hinton then asked if the script still had value. Well, when all this transpired, Boggio answered, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everywhere else. For a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. Whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? We never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but we had a conversation with them about picking this thing back up and running with it because as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film. Or got the rights to David's estate. So he wanted to do something with it. We started talking with David's dad and then nothing ever transpired out of it. 4 months after the bodies were found, Dan informed Mike Boggio III, Danny Mason was already in process of getting the Gray State trademarked with an attorney. At the end of the interview, Mike Boggio made his view very clear. We always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart and never balked about it whatsoever to us. If he did something on his own time or around someone else, we were never privy to that whatsoever. So this has to be clear. In the first Apple Valley Police Department press release, this was released at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on January 17, 2015, 2.5 hours after the bodies were found. And they are treating this as suspicious deaths. Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to the residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report of dead bodies inside the house. The initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence. The investigation into the matter is ongoing. Agents from Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are assisting Apple Valley Police Department detectives in the investigation. One day later, January 18th at 11:40 a.m. Central Standard Time, here is where they start accusing David. On Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to a residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report that a person checking on the residence saw dead bodies inside. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults and 1 child deceased inside the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. At this time, it is believed there is no threat to public safety. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is working to positively identify the 3 deceased. Again, not positively identified until January 21st, but we're already accusing David of the crime. They haven't even done the autopsy on David yet, and they're already accusing him of this crime. David's autopsy will begin about 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m., January 18th. Investigation into this matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police Department with the investigation. So now we have the Sheriff's Office also assisting. All right, now the third press release is January 19, 2015 at 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now this one gets a little more in-depth, pretty much the same thing. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults, 1 child deceased in the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Police located a firearm at the scene and have determined the cause of death to be gunshot wounds. This is an isolated incident and the public is not in danger. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is continuing its work to positively identify all of the deceased. No positive ID yet. Investigation into the matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police with the investigation. So by the 5th press release, now we got names: David Crowley, 29, Kamel Crowley, 28, Rania Crowley, 5, all dead of gunshot wounds. Investigators found a handgun next to David's body. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner determined Kamel and Rania died of a homicide, while David Crowley died of suicide. So here it is. By January 23rd, we see what the Medical Examiner's Office has determined. Now we need to understand why they determined that. That's going to be our focus here today. They also say, while this remains an ongoing investigation, updated information is being made available about the incident. The 3 bodies were found in close proximity of each other in the front room of the residence. There were no signs of intrusion or struggle. There's also no sign that they found a bullet hole right above their heads, but we'll save that for later. Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. Investigators seized several personal electronic devices and computers from the residence. The Dakota County Electronic Crime Scene Task Force is completing forensic analysis of the devices. The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, said Apple Valley Police Captain John Bermel, but that analysis will take time. The investigation into this matter is ongoing. Minnesota BCA is still involved. Dakota County Sheriff's Office still involved, assisting with the Apple Valley Police Department. January 23rd, 2015 at 10 a.m. When you focus on the documents, you get some clear facts. You have clear questions, but clear facts. Sometimes those facts are just questions. They're interchangeable, apparently. All right, so let's go through this. The medical examiner examining the bodies. Okay, so the final diagnosis of the medical examiner's report stated Rania was shot in the right parietal scalp. The bullet went through her brain and exited the left side of her scalp. 3 gray-colored metal projectile fragments were found in her left temporal skull. The trajectory was described as leftward, downward, and backward. It looks like Rania was shot from behind on the right side of her head, next to the ear. The range at which she was shot could not be determined, but there was no suit or stippling, which would have indicated murder at close range. The final autopsy report, initially dated February 6, 2015, with signatures dated March 16, 2015, stated Rania was found partially decomposed with moderate decomposition. Livor, discoloration of the skin, and rigor mortis, stiffness of death, were absent. Even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. Examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging. The evidence was the absence of the right arm. Possibly related to animal scavenging was the jagged and tattered skin and soft tissue defect where Rania's arm would have connected to her shoulder. According to this report, the 10x8 defect exposed the glenoid fossa and the lateral right 1st through 4th ribs. Also observed was a fracture in the 3rd rib and numerous short white hairs adherent to the pants. Kamel's autopsy began with Assistant Medical Examiner Mitchell Morey as the pathologist. Detectives Sean McKnight and Brian Bone observed the autopsy. Kamel was identified by dental radiographs and tattoos. Kamel weighed 85 pounds. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor, stiffness, were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. Kamel was shot twice with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. The trajectories of the 2 bullets were listed as left to right and back to front. However, in the external examination, the trajectories for both bullets are listed as left to right and front to back. Large skull fragments are also mentioned. The scalp was absent according to the report. The missing portion of Kamel's head was most likely the right side of her skull. All that remained of her head were portions of the posterior skull, specifically most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone. No brain tissue remained in the skull. Irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. According to the report, most of the head and the hands are missing. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. Bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton debris were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of the report. Amongst this bony material, the report continued, are 2 mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are 2 fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote, the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and laryngeal cartilages are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating, the report continued, skin and slippage, and discoloration of the body surfaces. Hair was found on Kamel's right sock and the anterior left leg. The left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. Decomposition fluid and apparent blood were both present on the sleeve. Underneath the sweater was a Gray State t-shirt soaked in decomposition fluid and blood. At 11:40 a.m., January 18th, 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department released their second press release. This one states David Kamel and Rania Crowley died as a result of an apparent murder-suicide. This is interesting because David's autopsy hadn't begun yet, and the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office was still working to positively identify the three deceased. David's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m. The pathologist was Jessica Lilinski, who was once again assisted by Mitchell Murray. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone were both present during the autopsy. Due to the condition of David's head, the pathologist was unable to determine the entrance, pathway, and trajectory of the gunshot wound. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone and scalp. External beveling, external cone shape, and radiating linear fractures were visible on the left parietal bone. The posterior calvarium and overlying scalp were visible, as was posterior neck skin, soft tissue, and the cervical spine. The scalp had patchy, short brown hair. Skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters are mentioned in the internal evidence section of this report. The skull bone fragments articulate well with each other and with the remaining calvarium of David's head. Separately, a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment has a rounded defect along with one edge with apparent internal beveling. The bony skeleton, the report continued, apart from previously described skull injuries and artifact due to animal scavenging, is intact and normal. The gunshot wound was 2 by 1 centimeters and was a regular edge. The bullet was not recovered at that time. They would not find that bullet until a month later, only because they were notified about it. Examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. The report also claimed Palaio was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, the tongue, the larynx, the trachea, and the thyroid. The remaining bone fragments are irregular and of unidentifiable origin or consistent with phalanges. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. The left hand was mummified. In one crime scene image, the index finger of the left hand is pressing against the thumb. According to David's autopsy, dried drips of red blood red-brown, blood-like material are on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and first finger. Additionally, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, slippage, blistering, and mummification of the left hand and feet. David weighed 128 pounds and was identified by dental records and body tattoos. Medication and food were not found in his stomach. A black Springfield XD40 handgun, item 1A, was found on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. The presence of blood was found on the grip, item A1-1, the slide, item A1-2, the trigger, item A1-3, and the muzzle, item A1-4 of the gun. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine, item 1B, and labeled as item 1B-1. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as item 1B1 and item 1B2. Item 1C was a live round found in the chamber of the handgun. So here we have 3 live rounds found in the gun. Hairs and fibers were found on the gun and the magazine, and they were labeled as item 1A-5 and item 1B-2. Okay, now there are several blood mixtures found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, item 1A-3, and the magazine, item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. That's in BCA Reports and Documents, page 310 of 488. David's DNA profile matches the blood on the magazine, which also had a blood mixture of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania could not be excluded as possible contributors. Detective Brian Bone reported that the crime scene team found a total of 6 empty spent cartridges. The crime scene team also found 3 bullet fragments in the carpet. Bone wrote that due to the lighting in the house and not wanting to disturb any evidence, we suspended a detailed search of the house until the BCA crime scene team finished processing the scene. According to Detective Bone, the BCA CTS processed the scene in detail. After the scene was processed, Bone continued, we were able to move the rug that the bodies were found on. Now, this will be the same rug that 3 days later, on January 20th, item 53, which is a bullet that'll be tied to Rania, item 53 rolls out of this same carpet. So they didn't find item 53, but they did find a hole in the floor, but not in the ceiling. 2 big misses, huge misses, right in front of their faces. Okay, based on the firearms report completed on May 22nd, 2015, the gun, item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. The cartridge casings are labeled as item 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37. The bullets are labeled as items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57. Now, they did find an unspent bullet that was recovered. This is item 7, but it was not examined either. Even though it was found where these bodies were, could have had DNA as much as some of the shells did, but nothing. No, we're good. So, a single source DNA profile matching Kamel was found on 3 of the 6 spent bullets, item 42, item 43, and item 44. This is interesting because autopsy reports state Kamel was shot twice. So how is it that the single source DNA of 3 bullets matched Kamel? Because so much of her head was missing, is it possible she was actually shot 3 times like many people have brought up and keep bringing up? Looking at this, I can understand why they keep bringing it up. It's a big question here. Okay, item 45 is the bullet that was shot into the living room floor, leaving bullet fragments on the hardwood floor, and then it lodged itself into the south wall of the basement. According to Joe Cooksley's report, chemical testings of the area around the hole failed to detect the presence of lead. Holes were observed in both the rug area, Cooksley continued, and the wood floor underneath this rug. Chemical testing of the hole in the wood floor also failed to detect the presence of lead. It's BCA report number 2, page 10 of 11. Now, once the processing of the crime scene was completed, authorities left the house with 4 bullets instead of 6. They returned on 2 separate occasions to recover a bullet that rolls out of the living room carpet, item 53, on January 20th, and a bullet found in the attic, item 57, on February 18th. The bullet known as item 53 also contains a mixture of 2 or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Rania. Interestingly, David Timothy Crowley and Kamel Rasul Crowley are excluded from being contributors to the mixture. Based on those results, authorities should have been looking for another DNA profile. Unlike other results, it is not stated that 99% of the general population can be excluded from contributing to this bullet. A second DNA profile was found on this bullet, a bullet that had the major DNA profile matching Rania. Who is the other person? This is another question that members have continually brought up, and they're right to do so. At approximately 1300 hours on 1/20/2015, reported Detective Bone, Detective McKnight was contacted by the company cleaning up the Crowley residence at the request of David's father. The cleanup crew personnel notified Detective McKnight that they had discovered a bullet at the residence. They relayed to Detective McKnight that while picking up the rug from the main living room area, a bullet had come out of the carpet and fallen to the floor. When authorities are notified about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling, they again returned to the Crowley residence on February 18th. Characteristics of the hole, Joe Cooksley wrote in his report, and its surrounding area indicate that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. It's BCA Lab Report number 2 on page 8. After examining the bullet hole in the ceiling, authorities find another bullet, item 57, in the attic above the living room, near the front door. Blood is not found on this bullet, but the DNA profile does match David Crowley. The DNA profile does not match Kamel and Rania. Authorities appear to have a hard time connecting item 57 to the gun. In an attempt to make a connection, authorities use item 31, which is a bullet fragment. According to the firearms report, item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that item 1 fired item 31. I'm not sure how that necessarily connects item 57 to the gun. This is one of the most confusing things that I've read in this whole case. Item 1D is listed as a bore patch from item 1. Item 1E is listed as a test-fired specimens from item 1. Latent print results are dated July 31st, 2015. 2 of the 3 latent prints suitable for comparison were found on the gun and the magazine. LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to this report, no known palm prints for David Timothy Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on the gun. LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too cannot be tied to David Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. No ties. No ties. Very interesting stuff. Is it clear that the gun was removed from the living room floor by the time Joe Cooksley and the crew entered the house? Remember, Joe Cooksley, in his report, he doesn't talk about the gun. So who saw the gun and which way was it facing? Very important. It's very important for me to have the actual quotes and for people to be quoted. So this book will kind of read very text-like, very textbook, I guess we should say. And that's all right too. That's the whole point of it. The book is not for entertainment. It's not an entertaining topic. The book is for research purposes. It's just to help people who are doing research on David Crowley and the questions surrounding the allegations against him. David Crowley accused of a double murder-suicide, murdering his wife and his child and then killing himself inside of their home, writing Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood, apparently, though there's really no clear way for anyone to tell who actually wrote. We know it was Kamel's blood. The blood on the wall was tested. That's Kamel's blood. There's no doubt about that. The questions are whose hand wrote it and how do police prove that? And it's simply not here. It's not in any of the documents that we have. Not in any of the documents that I have, definitely. So that was another odd thing. And there were more odd things, and there's been a lot of interesting stuff. It's not just about what was tested. It's more interesting to me what was not tested. All of the different things that were not tested. So I go through those, try to label them as items, and really try to take all of the data that we have and put it into one book, one place that people can just begin their research. This is not meant to end anybody's research. This is just meant to be the tip of the iceberg, because that's what this really is. Even with all of the data that we have, all of these documents, there's still obviously a lot more. And the question is, if police have it, it would be mentioned here. We know what they have, and it's nothing. It really is. It's just by the fact it's a process of elimination. That's really it. Because they couldn't find any evidence, not that they looked, but because they couldn't find any evidence that anybody else was involved, they just proved David Crowley is guilty. That is supposed to prove David Crowley is guilty. What did they do to look outside to think that maybe this was a homicide? Maybe these 3 people were all killed. How far did they go with that investigation? Now, they can claim that they kept going on and on for the whole year until the case was closed. They spent about a year working on this case. And they can claim that they were always open to it. But the fact is that the second Apple Valley Police Department press release specifically stated that they were treating this as a murder-suicide. That was January 18th. It's like 10 or 20 minutes before David's autopsy has even started. And the theory is already that David Crowley is guilty of a murder-suicide. Nothing in the house is found that would conclusively show you that David Crowley is guilty. Yet things are left in certain areas, staged in certain places. And those are the roads, those are the paths that we've been following, definitely. But there is one clear path here. What really happened? And that's the path. That's the big path. That's the narrow path. Side roads will all lead there. And if they don't, well, then we'll have to go back and get back on track. But that is the goal, is to get to the truth. Suspicious activity. On January 19, 2015, a neighbor called police and reported suspicious activity at the Crowley residence. The caller refused to give a name, but claimed to live a few houses down from 1051 Ramsdale Drive. 2 days earlier, the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were found in the living room of their house. 15 minutes prior to the call to authorities, a GMC Blazer truck with army paint stopped in front of the Crowley residence. An unknown male got out of the truck and tried to enter the house. Unfortunately, the caller was unsure if the man was able to get inside. The caller did not provide the license plate of the vehicle. The entire incident of suspicious activity lasted 16 minutes and 38 seconds. The call was placed at 12:51 p.m., January 19th. At 12:52, Apple Valley Police Units 4949 and 4918 were assigned to the incident. Unit 4943 was also assigned to the incident at 12:53. Unit 4918 was the first officer to arrive at 1051 Ramsdale Drive in Apple Valley, Minnesota at 12:56. Unit 4918 noticed flowers on the front step. Unit 4949 arrived 2 minutes later at 12:59. Unit 4943 arrived at 1300 hours. According to the incident detail report, it was unknown who was at the residence or why. It is not known if the person who tried to enter the house left the flowers. The incident was closed at 13:08. If the caller's timeline is correct, this gave the unknown male about 20 minutes to enter and exit the house before police arrived. It's also not clear from this incident report whether or not the unknown male in the camouflage truck was the driver or passenger. When Detective Brian Bone finally spoke with friend of the family Chris Klein on February 17, 2015 at 1700 hours, the detective learned two very important pieces of information. First, Klein claimed he was in the house with David's brother and father. Second, Klein told him about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. I had been trying to locate Klein, Bone wrote in his supplemental report, to learn why he had been at the Crowley residence on 1/19/15, as a neighbor had called in about a suspicious person at the house. Now, in the beginning of their call, Klein asked the police about the status of the investigation and speculated about how many rounds had been discharged at the house. Klein claimed he was in the house with David's brother and father. He indicated to me, Bone stated in his report, that he had been in the house since the discovery of the Crowley family at the residence. He said he had been there with David's father and brother and had seen that there were 2 shot rounds in the floor and roof. Prior to this conversation, I was not aware of a round being shot into the ceiling/roof. Detective Bone relayed the new information to Detective Sean McKnight, who then asked David's father, Dan Crowley Sr., for permission to enter the house to look for the damage to the ceiling. Now, the following day, on February 18, 2015, at 1500 hours, Detective Bone and Detective McKnight returned to the Crowley home. We immediately found what appeared to be a bullet hole in the ceiling, wrote Detective Bone, near the front door and adjacent to the living room. Bone also wrote about the possible trajectory of the bullet, speculating the shot must have come from the living room area. When the detectives looked for access to the attic, they discovered the attic access from the master bedroom closet was open. This had not been open at the time of our initial search of the house on 1/17/15, Bone reported. I contacted the BCA crime scene team and advised them of our findings. I requested they assist us in documenting the damage and assist in looking for the bullet in the ceiling and attic area. With the house secure, Detective Sean McKnight remained in the driveway while Detective Bone obtained the search warrant. The search warrant was signed by Judge S. Moynihan at 1625 on February 18, 2015. Detective McKnight and Detective Tietz assisted me in executing the warrant, Detective Bone continued, with the assistance of the BCA crime scene team and Special Agent Olson with the BCA. During the warrant, they found what is believed to be a bullet in the attic area of the house. In the end, Detective Sean McKnight reported, the information given to Detective Bone could not be verified since we could not establish a definite connection between the reporter and the family. McKnight also wrote about the several bullets unaccounted for when authorities left the house on January 17th. During the initial processing of the crime scene, we knew that we could not account for several bullets that may have been fired from the gun used. McKnight stated the bullet hole was near the entryway in close proximity to where the Christmas tree had been. McKnight and Detective Michael Tietz assisted the BCA crime scene team in locating and documenting the location of the bullet. The crime scene team took measures of the bullet hole and collected the bullet for further examination. At some point, Joe Cooksley put his finger through this bullet hole. Chris Klein is the only reason why authorities know about the bullet hole in the living room ceiling and the bullet found in the attic. This bullet, item 57, does not have blood on it, only David's nuclear DNA. Authorities seem unable to tie item 57 to David's gun, more so they cannot put the gun in David's hand. In and out. Who was in the Crowley residence on January 19, 2015? Why are there so many different stories being told by those who believe David Crowley is guilty? For instance, Chris Klein claimed he was in the house with David's dad and brother. David's dad told Detective McKnight that was not true. Authorities respond by never following up on the differing stories. Mason Hendricks stated he was in the house with Klein. Of course, this was the same guy who claimed the reason why the public got so little information a year after the deaths was because the Department of Homeland Security was involved. Detective Gummert stated that DHS was never involved. Hendricks also tried to tell me that the FBI was involved. Again, Detective Gummert stated that was not true. Regardless, Mason Hendricks claimed to have seen the bullet hole in the house and claims to have been in the attic on January 19, 2015. Hendricks claimed he walked in the house with at least 2 other people that day. Hendricks looked up in the ceiling and immediately saw the bullet hole. I looked over to another friend of ours, Hendricks told me, and I was like, they couldn't fucking see that hole right there? How did Hendricks know police missed the bullet hole? More so, why didn't Hendricks or anyone else in the house with him inform authorities about a bullet hole, especially since they knew police didn't know about it? Hendricks was wrong when he claimed David's blood was on the bullet. He was wrong when he said it was proven item 57 came from David's gun. He was wrong when he said David's fingerprints were on the gun. He was wrong when he stated the bullet hole was blocking the Christmas tree on January 17, 2015. Hendricks was also wrong when he stated DHS and FBI had to, quote, sign off before the public got information from authorities. Was Mason Hendricks also wrong when he stated the pack theory came from one of David's parents? Hendricks stated that the pack theory originated from one of David's parents. I just want to make sure I say that twice. There's no evidence of a pact between David and Kamel to commit suicide and murder their 5-year-old daughter, but that hasn't stopped some from trying to connect those dots, which is fine. But if you're talking about that, then what you're talking about is not a double murder suicide. At that point, you're talking about a double suicide murder, and that would go against everything we're seeing here, even the official theory, all right? So even if that's true, it's one more reason for the case to be reopened, even though I highly doubt that that's true. But we got to go through every lead. Somebody's got to look at it. I don't want to discourage anybody who thinks that there is a pack theory. I just say, do your research. If you find the evidence, okay, great, go with it. If you don't, just make sure that it's, you know, it's just phrased so that it's not fact and that it is pure speculation. Pure imagination is kind of what I call it, but again, that's just my view. David Crowley's neighbor Judy Prochnow still believes there was a pact between David and Kamel to ascend out of this world by committing a double murder-suicide. Still, Judy told me, I don't think Dan or Kate, I don't know for sure, but I don't think they didn't want to believe that David even did it. So I don't think they even thought of a pact theory. Mrs. Prochnow also tells a different story about January 19, 2015. No one was in the house before the cleaners, Prochnow explained to me. Chris Klein and them were in the house the day after the cleaners called about finding the bullet. To be clear, Chris Klein and others were in the house on January 19, 2015. The cleaners didn't find the bullet that rolled out of the carpet until January 20th, 2015. So, once again, Judy Prochnow is incorrect. When I reminded Judy that Klein was in the house on January 19th, she responded with, well, the cops might say that, but they weren't. Sounds like she's accusing the cops of lying. Judy believes Chris Klein was wrong about the date he was at the Crowley home. He just got the dates mixed up. The police record shows something different. And Klein confirmed that he was there on the 19th with the police. Who are you going to believe? Now, the date on Detective Bones' report and in the incident report are clear. I think it's Judy who got the dates mixed up, not anyone else. The neighbor, whoever called, Judy continued, took down the license plate of the cars that were there and called into police. One of them was Chris Klein's, and I know one of them was Mason's. She's talking about Mason Hendricks. How would she know that? These are just a few examples of the many conflicting stories related to the events of January 19, 2015 about the David Crowley family. Based on a call about suspicious activity, Detective Bone went looking for a suspicious person, not persons. The suspicious activity tells the story of item 57, the bullet found in the attic 1 month after the deceased were removed from the house. Item 57 is one of the many reasons why this case should be reopened and re-examined, reclassified, undetermined, something to that effect. This is not a double murder-suicide. It is not a proven double murder-suicide.
All right, and I'm happy to say that we are just about complete with this book. The book is just about done. The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. This is all about the David Crowley case. I hope that this book will help many researchers, past, present, and future, with their search for the truth here. So as we take a little journey down my search for the truth, it has not changed, has not wavered. It's always been the exact same thing. What proves David Crowley guilty? So we're going to go ahead and read from the final chapter of my book here. Usually you would put something like this at the very start of the book, but I felt the book really needed to begin with the documents, with all of the facts that we know, all of the claims, what the DNA test showed. It had to start with all of that. So I saved my own views, my own thing for the very end. So this is just my view on this whole case here. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion, as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 15000-303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? Time and time again, we are asked to believe David is guilty simply because the official narrative declares it so. We wait and wait and wait for evidence of David's guilt, evidence that is never produced. Delay after delay after delay did not deter my efforts or many other people's efforts to find evidence of the allegations against David. During the official investigation, I waited patiently for a conclusion based on facts. I researched as much as I could, documenting comments and actions of those involved in this case. What I soon realized was what the official theory believers and myself had in common. None of us were able to prove David guilty. In fact, no human being on earth can prove David is guilty of a double murder-suicide. So why should we act like David has been proven guilty? The question of what proves David guilty leads to the answer that David is innocent and has been falsely accused of a high crime. In the United States of America, we are all innocent until proven guilty. At least that is the America I strive to live in and to help keep alive. I have yet to find anyone who can prove David guilty, starting and ending with the investigative bodies who created the official theory and subsequent conclusion. At the very latest, the official theory began with the Apple Valley Police Department's press release on January 18, 2015 at 11:40 a.m., which was 10 minutes before David's body was examined. Captain John Bermel was listed as a contact person in the press release, and the document claimed what happened at 1051 Ramsdale Drive was the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Once the official theory began, investigating officials may have found it unnecessary to look into any possible alternative theories. As the investigation progressed, it was clear authorities could not find the motive for David committing the alleged crime. Additionally, authorities failed to tie David to the 3 questionable writings inside the Crowley home: the blood writing on the living room wall, the digital note on the kitchen island laptop, and the written note on a notepad in the office bedroom. Now, requests for handwriting comparisons were deemed unnecessary, yet all 3 writings were allegedly linked to David? Based on what? David's blood was found on the trigger and the magazine, but not on any bullets recovered. Even worse, authorities left the crime scene with 6 bullet casings and 4 spent bullets. Apparently, not one single person inside the Crowley house on January 17th or January 18th saw the bullet hole in the living room ceiling, which led to the bullet in the attic. The same is true of the bullet that rolled out of the living room carpet on January 20th. Both of these 2 later found bullets show disturbing DNA results. The bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th, item 53, revealed a DNA profile matching Rania's blood, but there was a second DNA profile on this bullet, and it wasn't from David or Kamel. The bullet found a month later on February 18th, item 57, matched David's DNA, but blood was not present on the spent round. Authorities did not know about item 53 or item 57 because they were not looking for them. Authorities had no clue that the bullet existed until they were informed by non-investigative bodies. Then there are the missing body parts. David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and Rania's entire right arm were reportedly missing. Most of the heads of David and Kamel were also missing. Paleo, the family dog, is credited with the missing body parts, and apparently Rania's fractured rib. Yet there is no indication Paleo deserves credit since dog feces tests were never conducted as far as we know. One of the biggest blood stains in the living room was never tested for DNA. There was a large circular blood stain on the lower right corner of this recliner. The blood was swabbed and labeled item 34. This item was never tested for DNA results. Plain and simple, this was a staged event. Some believe David staged the scene, while others believe the scene was staged by parties other than David Crowley. Either way, I believe this was a staged event. I believe David has been falsely accused, and unless authorities can prove the double murder-suicide theory, this case should be reopened, and the status should be changed from exceptionally cleared to unsolved. Thank you all very much. That is the final chapter of the book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez, coming out very, very soon. The rough cut just finished, and I hope to have the final version out soon. Thank you all. God bless.
I mean, the whole thing is that this book, there should not be a reason for this book. What we should have here is a clear answer as to why the authorities think that David Crowley is guilty, and as you see, we're just not getting that. We're just not understanding that. So there are very few options. One option is to just say, okay, well, the police, this is what they say, so I'll take it at face value, and that's it. That's one option. Another option is to do what we're doing, question it, and go where the facts lead us, right? And so those, to me, are the two most common options. And I think by now you know where we're going, how far we're willing to go, and no matter what games, no matter what tricks, no matter what little evil snides are thrown our way, it's not going to stop us. So it's just going to come back on those people. When you do something evil, it comes back to you. When you do something for God, in the name of God, honestly and sincerely, then at the end of the day, you can look yourself in the mirror and say, hey man, I tried my absolute best, and maybe I failed. Maybe things didn't go the way that I thought that they were going to. Maybe I got some things wrong. But I tried honestly, sincerely, and I did not give up. It's important for me to stay down that road. I don't know if there were any times that I ever really thought about quitting or giving up. I think there was, God put too many things in my heart, put too many obstacles in my way, knowing how I would react. Now, I don't know if the people like Sean Wright, Mason Hendricks, Danny Mason, Sidra, I don't know if these people, I'll take Sidra out of this one here, that's different, but with Sean Wright, Danny Mason, Mason Hendricks, maybe a few others, I don't know if they were goading me, if they knew what I would do, if they didn't know what I would do, but a lot of the reason why I stay involved in this case is because of their actions, and they're not good actions, and the stories change, and their quotes change, and their little games have continued and will continue on for whatever reason. Knowing that the truth is not on their side, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what their purpose is. I don't know what they hope to accomplish by trying to come after people like me and come after other researchers that are looking into this case. And I'll tell you, it can get down and dirty. It can get grimy, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. The truth is on our side.
I believe it's page 31 in the PDF file for the BCA lab report. They compared item 31, a bullet fragment, against the test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57. They were performed, and the results were the following. Item 57 against 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired 31. The bullet fragment that is item 31, it was found over towards the window. There's a casing that was found there also. That's closer to where David would have been, I think.
That makes me think they're not 100% sure this came from the same gun. And how can they be if they found it 1 month later? They shouldn't be. So.
That's the impression that I'm getting also. I'm looking at the photos. It would be item 30 would have been the casing that they found over by the window. Item 2, the cartridge case. Edge of the carpet and recliner in living room. Item 3, cartridge case by the small stool in the living room. Item 7 is a live round. It is on the rug by hair clumps and torn Koran pages. Item 9 is a cartridge case on the rug by the Koran page. Item 30 is a cartridge case under the bookcase by the big window. The bullet fragment was item 31 by the bookcase, blue yoga mat by big window. Item 36 is a cartridge case by torn Koran pages by the couch on the rug. Item 37, cartridge case by the corner of the rug by couch and by the pink Surface Pro. Then the bullet 42, 43, and 44 near Camille on the rug. Item 45 was a bullet and basement wall. Bullet 53 is the one that fell out of the rug after the cleaners moved the rug. And then 57 is the attic bullet.
It doesn't make sense that they would say, okay, we found 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37 on the 17th, but we didn't find the 6 bullets that matched it.
But somehow they missed 53 and 57 that first day too. If they
You're right, they missed 50
on that day.
Yeah, you're right. They missed 53 because they found 53 a couple days after.
Mm-hmm.
They found 53 on January 19th, 2015. So they missed 2 bullets when they left the house.
Mm-hmm. Because anything that they found after that day, they give it a higher number. For instance, 53 was found a few days later.
I wonder what 54, 55, and 56 are now, too.
54 is classified as CD with images. And then after that it says item 28/1.1.
They weren't even expecting 53 through 57.
Or 57.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you said 54, 55, and 56?
54 is images. 55, a CD with questioned handwriting. 56 is with footprints. And it's more images. 57 is the bullet in the attic.
They were not expecting to find any of that.
No, they weren't. These are things that were brought to their attention.
Yeah, or else they would have never known about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which gives you a headache. Because I mean, come on, okay, things outside of the house, like an extra journal, all, whatever, other stuff later, yeah, but anything in the house, man, you guys should not have missed anything inside of that house, period. I think it's a known fact that there's no blood, no flesh, nothing. None of Camille's blood or flesh were found on the daughter and vice versa. not a single sample that was DNA tested had David or Rainey's blood in it. It would be interesting to see if the rest of the blood that was taken, that they took samples of, even comes back with their DNA on it. I mean, how is it possible that 3 people were brutally shot in a house, but there's no mixtures of their blood?
That just can't be. They can't all die in the same room at the same time. You can't have the mother and daughter die in the same room at the same time. It just doesn't add up. That part just does not add up.
Tommy Booth had gone through and had picked the items that should have been tested. The rest were then being held at the BCA lab. These were random tests. So the odds of David and Rainey's blood not being found is just, I mean, it just leaves you thinking, how is that even possible? It was almost like, and this is just an assumption, to me, it seems like David and Rainey were killed someplace else, brought back, and then Camille was killed there. And that's the only explanation for why just her blood is found. But like I said, it's an assumption. I am not saying that as a fact.
Right.
Because I don't have the actual proof besides DNA.
When is there any of David's blood, any of his flesh, found on any of the other 2?
No. No. The only DNA found of David is on the gun and the magazine. And then there's touch DNA that was on the bullet in the attic and the knife. When you touch something, you leave hundreds of little skin cells. Logically, if he stepped in her blood and left footprints, there would be DNA from him if he was barefoot. There would be. Skin cells will be in there. Just like the wall. Unless he wore gloves and he wrote on that wall, his DNA would have been in those samples. Especially because he's like rubbing against the wall.
There's no fingerprints. How do you tie it to David Crowley?
That's right. Unless gloves were worn or if they used some type of item to write it with, but they didn't take the scarf into evidence. So
right.
I know that several people had discussed the scarf that looked bloody. That was never taken in evidence, so I'm fairly certain it no longer exists.
Which is crazy. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree. Why not test the clothing? Just to rule out any other intruder or anything like that. I mean, just think of the evidence that could be on there. Not only would there have been the gunshot residue, but they would have also shown other DNA. Several of the tests, I believe it was 7 tests, came back with mixed DNA of 2 to 3 more people. Yet, we don't know if that was contaminated. We don't know if that could have been DNA left by whoever committed the murders.
Right.
We don't know what to think. But if we would have had the clothing at least tested, we could find out if there was signs of the killer on there, anything. I mean, there's just so much more information. But it's very frustrating.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The more that we look at this, the more we see there's nothing that ties David Crowley to any of this. Why would they think that David Crowley would have written this on the wall in his wife's blood?
The cement to Allah now on the post or on the notepad, I don't believe that the now was even written by David. I believe it was written by another person. his ends are completely different. The O is different, the W. He writes his ends in almost like a lowercase kind of rounded N. That one, it looks like it was written by a left-handed person. There's different things throughout the crime scene where you sit there and you look at it, and it's like the person who wrote the now on that note, I'm fairly certain is the one who wrote on the wall. Some of the writing just lines up with it, the angle. I've come to the conclusion that David didn't do this, even in the reports. Detective Bone, he states over and over that no forced entry, there was no signs of struggle, no apparent missing items. So the only conclusion he can come up with is the fact that David did this, because he didn't see signs of forced entry. And then you're thinking to yourself that the back door was left open? Why would there be forced entry? Like the Submit to Allah, which is really, really weird, is spelled one way, and then you look at the wall, and the Allah Akbar is written in a different way than the Allah is on the notepad.
Right.
David, from all reports, he was very consistent in the things that he did. So why would he spell Allah one way and Allah a different way on the wall? I think I can say with certainty that this was not an Islamic hit.
But could it have been something made to look like one?
Oh yeah.
And then the other question is, well, was that David who made it, who wanted to make it look like something that it wasn't?
I have thought about that. I just don't see the rationality behind it, but I also don't see the rationality of killing your wife and child.
Right. Which is why they had to make him look crazy. They had to make him look crazy, or else then it's like, well, there's no way he would have done this. So they had to go to that crazy point. And the fact that they did it so early and so soon was just strange. Very, very strange.
It was within hours that they came to that conclusion. I'm almost fairly certain that they came to that conclusion as they walked into the house, starting from the 911 call.
Yeah, that's where they got the first line.
I think, like I stated before, the really big thing that keeps bugging me is the lack of DNA or mixture DNA found in Camille's blood.
Right.
Still bugs me. The odds of their blood not showing up at all. If they were killed in that same general area, it should be there.
Yeah.
And it's not. How does it not bug the police? How are they not questioning it? I think they just wanted to close this case.
And because the truth is on our side, there's really not too much effort that needs to be put into it other than being honest, other than looking at the facts, looking at the data, and understanding that there's nothing there that helps prove David Crowley guilty. Quite the opposite. And it's not about a government hit or anything like that. At least it's not solely focused on that. That theory is always going to be out there. When you just look at the content that David was putting out, of course, that's always going to be there. It's not going to change. The truth does not change. So when you have these people, the Gray State team and the Gray Stage hands, as I call them, when you have them and their stories are continually changing and the narrative is continually changing, but their conclusion stays the same, then I have to question their sincerity. I have to question their honesty. When they're caught in lies, those are big red flags, not to be taken lightly, and we don't take them lightly at all. The truth does not need to have so many different varying stories. The truth is the truth, and nothing but the truth. So, to get to the truth, all you have to do is research, question, and document. And that's what I hope that this book does. I hope that this book will help other people do the same thing. Don't need to accuse, don't need to play games, don't need to get involved in anything that an evil person would do. Truth is on our side. It's been on our side. So all we have to do is just keep going. Keep marching towards truth. This event was staged. The crime scene does not make sense. As a whole, it does not make sense. The reaction by the alternative media and people that worked with David Crowley, just like Doug Hagman said, does not make sense. Doug Hagman was very surprised at the way that the alternative media and the public, the way that the public acted towards David's death. What we're finding out years later is that not that many people really know who David is, or they don't know what happened with him, or they don't know all of the strange things that show that David has never and never will be proven guilty. That is a fact. No one is going to ever prove David Crowley guilty. The Gray State team knows this. They wanted to control Dan Hannon's Facebook group and Thomas Lapp's Facebook page to control the narrative. You don't need to do that with truth. You only need to do that with lies. Now, if the truth was on their side, then we would not be here. A person like myself would not have to put in so much work and so much effort. How little effort that I put in, I wouldn't have to put in anything. All of this stuff could have been different. I mean, all they had to do was say, we don't know. We don't know what happened. Here's what we found, but we can't prove anything. But that's not the way that they twisted everything. They twisted everything to make it seem like, well, if we can just put doubt that it wasn't a government hit, if we can just, just make these outlandish claims that David Crowley was crazy, had PTSD, there was a pack theory, he and his wife were going to kill themselves, take their child with them. It's all about them putting in doubt. But if the truth is on your side, if there is the truth, you don't need to put in those little nuggets of doubt. You just lay out the facts and let them go where they may. That's not what happened. And the reason that's not what happened is because the truth is not on their side. It is not true that David Crowley is guilty. It is not true that there is evidence that proves David Crowley is guilty, and there never will be. So all we have to do is hold the course, hold the line, whatever you want to say. Stay the course. Let people know about this case. They'll find it themselves. They'll find what their view is on this case. It's a very toxic thing. It's a very toxic story if you let it take hold of you, if you let the anger take hold of you, if you let the darkness in. So when you're looking into this case, don't do that. Stay focused, pray about it. If you get frustrated, stop. Take a deep breath. Don't act like you're going to come in 15 minutes and solve this case. Don't act like you're ever even going to solve this case. And that will probably be the way that the case gets solved. On some level, it already is solved. A lot of people don't want to deal with that, don't want to talk about that. They just want to act like David Crowley's guilty and move on. That's fine. They're entitled to do that. They're not entitled to stand in our way. And it is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And it will not go unpunished. The people that are trying to stand in our way. God sees everything. the end, we're all going to have to answer for our sins, for everything that we've done. Whatever really happened with David, whatever happened, God knows, and I know God knows. That's good enough. It's good enough. So, for whatever reason, God still wants me to stay on this track, to stay on this path. And I think the more people know about this, the better chance we're going to have of getting the case reopened. So the haters and the trolls and the liars, the deceivers, the evil people, they don't realize it, but they're helping us a lot. They're doing God's will. They're doing God's will. Because they're shining a brighter light than we ever could. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing for truth. So God bless you all. Keep up the good fight. No fear, no hate, no games. Just love, sincerity, humility. We got this. We got this. All we gotta do is stay the course. That's it. The fact that they can't prove David guilty shows that he should forever be innocent. Plain and simple. Gray stage goes on. Pray about it and let's see what happens next. It's not over.
Alright, so here is the big 485-page PDF. Now, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you download a PDF and you see that it's 485 pages. I get it. But it's worth it. It is worth going through. And I'm going to try to give you a little teaser here of why you should go through this, I guess. The first reason, obviously, is for facts or is for data. So if you don't believe what is being written in this report is necessarily facts, it is data. So we are collecting data. The first thing you're going to find from page 1 through 5 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS 2015-28. Report is dated 1/17/2015. You have the occurrence dates of 1/17/2015 at 1400 to 1/18/2015 at 5:30 a.m. 0530. Page 6 through 8 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant, January 17th at 15:06 military time. That would be 3 p.m. Page 9 and 10 is the actual search warrant that is signed by the judge of the district court at 15:06. Page 11 is Brian Bones' receipt, inventory, and return. This shows that at 1651 they searched the house, the vehicles, and the bodies. They collected items AV-1 through AV-22. Pages 12 through pages 13 are written by Sean McKnight. The receipt, inventory, and return. Date of search warrants issued by the judge is the wrong year on both pages, 12 and 13. The collected items AV-23 through AV-55 were collected, or at least written down, by Sean McKnight. And you can see on this, you can see that it's noted who actually collected that item. You'll see a TB, Tara Becker, SM, Sean McKnight, and so forth. BB, Brian Bone. So that's what those little indications are next to it. Page 14 through 17 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS Investigative Supplement Report, 2015-28/1. Report date is 1/22/2015. Two case files are mentioned here. The AVPD 15-303, and the other case file that is mentioned here is the MNBCA Forensic Laboratory S15-00662. Okay, so 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 are CDs. There are 3 CDs out there. 1.1 contains the raw digital images of latent prints from the crime scene. 1.2 is a CD that contains raw digital images of handwriting on wall from the crime scene. And 1.3 is a CD containing raw digital images of bloody footprints found at the scene. Page 17 specifically mentions blood footprints. Now, I know that there is an image out there, a couple of them out there, that when I first saw the pictures of bloody prints on the kitchen living room area floor, I thought they were handprints. I really did. I go back and forth sometimes, but I do, right now at least, I
All right, Austin, we're live and having a lot of fun this evening, let me tell you. Coming up in about 9 minutes, we're going to air a 50-minute piece on Bohemian Grove. First, some of the actual rituals. Then we're going to get into some of the locals and what they say and what they know about the Bohemian Grove, as well as some more of the history on it and some of the maps and other layouts of this occult compound, supposedly controlled by so-called conservatives. Now, we have mainstream news articles like the 2nd of August, 99, movers, shakers from politics go Bohemian, annual Sonoma meeting draws Bush's, Kissinger, Powell, and Gingrich, by Suzanne Bohan of the Sacramento Bee mainstream newspaper. And I have a file here off the web from these mainstream newspapers, literally an inch and a half thick, dozens of articles. We have photographs from the University of Berkeley, which is the public relations arm of the Bohemian Grove, where they admit that all these former presidents and current presidents and people that are about to be president go there. About a week and a half ago, right before they announced Dick Cheney as George Bush's VP running mate, I guess now 2 weeks ago, they announced on the Monday before the Tuesday that the decision had been partially made and that George Bush Jr. had been consulting with George Herbert Walker Bush, the former president, his father, at Bohemian Grove. That was reported on CNN, but it was innocuous. It was no big deal. It's just some meeting with Colin Powell and many, many others out in the middle of the wilderness, an hour and a half north of San Francisco. It's in a huge gorge, and we infiltrated. We don't have time to show you all of the videotape from our hidden cameras infiltrating in, but we will show you the ancient Babylon mystery religion rites that we're developing there. Now, I personally am a Christian, but I've always done secular shows on TV and on my syndicated radio programs. But I do find it curious that so-called conservative leaders, and some Democrats as well, and the heads of industry, regardless of party, and academia and the media, travel to the Grove for 2 weeks each year for the summer fire festivals and the summer encampment of the Bohemian Club, to use the actual technical term they use. Channel 4 independent British television World of Wonder was already doing a documentary film of myself and others, a 4-hour special to air early next year or late this year on nationwide in the United Kingdom. Will probably air next year sometime. I would just tell the folks when they're running the board that I'm hearing whatever you want. It's all right, though. Kind of had something a little bit different tonight. Normally, the great show before us is in the main studio, and we appreciate their help tonight. They were in here before us. We were being nice to Access Television and letting them have the Ritters were letting them have the main studio, so the Ritters came in here and did their show before, so we had about 30-second setup time before we came on. Look, this is a really, really serious issue and a really, really serious topic. Elites all throughout history want to do something that's out of control, that's across the bounds, that breaks the taboo. You look at Stanley Kubrick's last film, Eyes Wide Shut. It's about occultic rites and weird sexual orgies and satanic activities. Well, the key is this has been going on for hundreds of years, if not thousands, in England. And Stanley Kubrick lived in England and was basically repulsed by a lot of this, and that's what the film shows. We look at the Babylonians and the Aztecs and the Romans, the human sacrifice, the murders, the gladiatorial games, crucifying people, boiling them in oil, ripping their flesh off. I mean, you or I wouldn't do that because we're somewhat normal, we would think. But normal is all perspective. And you have to know that the Bush family and others are very old families, very, very wealthy. They didn't make their money in Texas through oil, as their propaganda says. And as I attack the Bushes for being some of the highest level members of the Bohemian Grove, it's now out that Henry Kissinger has been the high priest in past years, where they do these mock human sacrifices, and some say for real. But the Bushes are at the number 2 camp. There are over 100 camps inside that consist of palatial manors and log cabins built into the mountains and the hills. I mean, this is some sick stuff, and I really don't even know how to address a story like this. It's so incredible, so bizarre. A lot of this footage, of course, well, all of it is from hidden cameras. Some of it's at angles at times. This is not the Blair Witch Project. This is not a hoax. This is real. Mainstream news articles are all over Infowars.com. In the Bohemian Grove section, we have streaming video there for you, though it's not as high quality as what you're about to see. And it's just massive, the amount of evidence we have there. The Chancellor of Germany, 3 chancellors ago, Helmut Schmidt, admitted in his autobiography that it was a wonderful place that was important for his career. It's international. And that they did have druidic rites that he enjoyed. So we have the power elite, or at least the high-level minions of the power elite. They go there to basically be chosen. If you're a member of the Trilateral Commission or the Council on Foreign Relations, chances are you're a member of Bohemian Grove, the Bohemian Club, the summer encampment. And that's what you're about to see. We've got 2 hours and 15 minutes from inside the 4 hours we were there. We also have about 8+ hours talking to locals, shots from outside the Grove. I'm probably going to air 4 or 5 hours of it unedited for you in the near future on a tape program. So just keep scanning around. I'm going to make a professionally produced documentary film. I was making a new Waco tape, but just don't have time to do that right now. I have to get this Bohemian Grove information out. So keep it locked into channels 10, 11, and 16. In fact, I may even air some of this video on the religious channel, because channel 11, because a lot of Christians and others and Jews and you name it need to know, and Muslims, how sickening this truly is. And even if you're an atheist, I mean, if you're an atheist, would you let your neighbor walk your dog or babysit your children if they were sacrificing humans in effigy to some 45-foot stone owl god and going, "Oh, great owl of Bohemia," which is Moloch, 13 times the Old Testament, the most accursed demon? On my website, Infowars.com, we have the program that was given out to the thousands that watched, and the 100 high priests and others going through these in black cloaks and red cloaks and silver cloaks with hoods and wizard points. This is Babylon Mystery Religion, but in their own photo from last year's Bohemian Grove meeting, Demonic Frolic, there's a body burning in the flame, and then they pinned in here with airbrush a little demon named PJ that looks along the Hieronymus Bosch, the German artist style of Visions of Hell. But it's, again, all up on Infowars.com. We'll put that up throughout the evening for you. And Mike, I appreciate the great job you and Raymond and Max and everybody have done tonight, but there's no need to get a close-up of this, because we're going to have to go to that tape in 45 seconds, and we're going to be able to air it all tonight. But that's basically about it. Again, I'm going to do a long 5-hour tape show with about an hour of discussion and then 4 hours of raw footage for you in the near future, just of what goes on in this place. Truth is stranger than fiction. It's hard for me to understand why the elite behaves this way, but again, for them, they get off on it. It's something different. They're doing something cutting edge. And for predators, and literally they are predators attempting to disarm us, these are the people that want your guns, it's a perfect religion for them. It was a perfect religion in Babylon, in Egypt, in Rome, in the Aztec and Mayan kingdoms, and the Toltec kingdoms. It's the same evil nature we see over and over again. And I guess religion fits the type of person. People pick religion for what type of people they are. And they've picked one hell of a religion. Let's go ahead and go to this tape, and God bless everybody. I'll be back tomorrow live from 4:30 to 6 on Channel 10. Bohemian Grove, here it is.
It is the best and most comprehensive book on Bohemian Grove, and it's written by Mike Hansen, my old camera guy. Mike Hansen Archives.
You're ready to run.
I'm starting to like it. Like that little camera? Yeah.
I know, but it's about you and your mission, so fuck it over.
Okay, let's go.
It's me.
The bay opens up to the sea, and the water was completely still and green. Very close to the gateway to Bohemian Grove. I got him with a camera coming over here, guy, or the...
Be careful.
Yeah, let him go.
We're in. I'm talking to him. Well, we're inside the Bohemian Grove. We're actually not inside yet, Mike.
Well, we're in the parking lot. That's pretty...
Yeah.
Well, no, this is the same redwood. They're all the same. They're actually, well, I think there are three kinds of redwoods. There's the Sequoia and the Sierra. Really
Here comes the thing, Mike.
And there's the coast redwood.
Yeah.
And then there's a Chinese redwood, and there's one or two of the Chinese redwoods somewhere in the grove.
I remember when I drove from Tulare and went up to Sequoia National Park, all they had up there was sequoias.
Yeah. Aren't they the biggest? Oh, they are. They're the biggest, like, living thing, I think, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're incredibly large. There's one up there that you can drive a car on top of one, you know.
On top of it,
Yeah.
lying down?
Yeah. That you can actually.
Well, they used to have the one you could drive.
That's also there. That's up there. Boy, it's nice when they come and really hit you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. road cost?
This thing?
No, the road.
The rope?
The road. The road. That you
Oh,
bought?
that.
Oh, road.
Oh, rope. It was 88. Yeah, I thought you said rope.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought rope and road. Can't hear anything with this wind. Look at this thing. Seen some years. Pretty nice. Actually. This is the oldest one, isn't it? Yeah. I did maybe that little red one.
Bye-bye. Thanks a lot for finding my car.
Oh, no problem.
I think when you go to heaven, they have buses like this. Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead. Yeah, is there another one coming? Hey, how are you?
Good.
See you. Your brother. Your father visited and all? Yeah, yeah.
So that Marty thing was like...
Close back in the corner right over there.
Hey, what, Mike?
Another shot.
Remember, this was a hidden camera, ladies and gentlemen. There in the lower left-hand corner of your screen is the 3,000-plus-year-old idol. That is Moloch, the owl of death, worshipped in Babylon, and they actually get into that during their little ceremony that they have once it gets dark. But right over there in your lower left-hand corner of the screen with our hidden camera, there's Moloch, 40, 50 feet tall, very loving individual. Children were thrown to it throughout Babylonian days and even into Western Europe and into England with the Druids. Ah, Moloch, sacrifice your children. There's 13 references in the Old Testament against Moloch as the most evil of all. But don't worry, your so-called conservative politicians worship Moloch. It's no big deal, nothing to worry about. But to be absolutely serious, we've gone ahead and stilled the hidden camera video for you right there in the middle of your screen in the lower third quadrant. You can see Moloch up against large redwood trees. And again, the idol is roughly 45 to 50 feet tall. The legends have been coming out of that area of Northern California for over 120 years. That's because they've been doing it for 120 years, and you're about to see the ritual. By the way, it's public knowledge. Spy Magazine, People Magazine, many other publications, such as The Economist, have done reports about how wonderful the Bohemian Grove is. And certainly there's some druidic rites, they say, but again, not a problem. This goes directly to the character of these so-called conservative politicians. So-called liberals go there as well, but it's predominantly Well, Ronald Reagan, when he was governor, and of course after he was president. You don't go while you're president. People like Newt Gingrich. There's also photos that are out even at the University of Berkeley of Richard Nixon being there when he was vice president. They all go, and I don't even get into this whole genre of so-called occult devil worship, but it's real, people. We infiltrated this thing, and you're about to see some of the ceremony, the cremation of care, which is a mock human sacrifice. So for all the good conservative so-called Christians out there being misled by phony conservatives, they're all part of the Illuminati, people. They really believe in it, and they really worship Moloch. Moloch is real. It's in the Bible. It is the mystery Babylon religion of Revelations. Hey, that's not me. That's the Bible, and that's what these politicians are worshiping. Moloch. They would throw their children into a fiery pit before Moloch, also known as Malek, and one of his brother gods, goddess gods of Baal and others. So just totally disgusting. We have built a giant section on Infowars.com with university articles, mainstream news stories about Bohemian Grove, where they admit and politicians brag, from former chancellors of Germany to prime ministers to presidents of this country, that the decisions predominantly are made at the Bohemian Grove. Just unbelievable. We have giant sections. We have photographs. We have streaming video up on Infowars.com. This is a serious story. The people that control the media are members of the Bohemian Grove, 2,000 members strong, and this is a total takeover of our country. This is a way to compromise politicians. This is open Babylonian demon worship. Now, even if you're say an atheist or an agnostic or a humanist, you can see the danger of this. I mean, what type of individuals are these? This goes to their credibility, to their character. And this is something that all Christians should really be concerned about. Moloch of the Bible, the demon owl that they sacrifice children to, and the Bushes admit that they've been to this globalist retreat where decisions are made about how to run our lives, the heads of business, academia, you name it. By the way, this footage from these hidden cameras has been never before seen. Many have tried and failed to get in and get out, just to write articles. One photo is known to have been released that was not released by the Grovers, by the Bohemian Club members. Every few years, they'll release a few pictures of a few presidents sitting around a table eating dinner. My friends, this is one example of what really goes on your screen. Occultic Luciferian rites that are ancient and have their roots in Babylon. I never thought I'd be on the air covering something like this, but this is a bombshell story. Think about the bizarreness. And it's been going on since 1872. Now, the camera, our hidden camera, was at an angle in the bag because we were being bumped into in the large crowd of, well, Faustian revelers. What you're seeing is a procession with the sacrifice on the back of a wagon coming across the lake. Well, they call it a lake. I call it a large pond. And then they disappeared into the shadows around the corner and had black sheets down across the road. And then a boatman brings the sacrifice across. And just remember, the videotape is at an angle. You will then see the high priest and others engage in their worship of the owl. O great Babylon, your beauty, goodly Tyre. Well, research the history of Tyre, and you'll find out the human sacrifice, the criminal leaders, there was nothing goodly about it other than elitist oppression. And I guess that's what this is a celebration of with the history of Bohemian Grove. So here is the ceremony, and we'll have a larger, more expansive program for you in the near future with all of the footage. One more small point before the ceremony. Notice the red, the black robes, and the high priest in silver with red capes streaked in green. My friends, I've talked to occult experts. This is absolute Babylon mystery religion, where they sacrifice people to dark idols. Moloch, the owl god, is in your Bible again. And regardless of what your religious beliefs, world leaders should not be acting in this sick fashion.
Temple. Let all within the grove be reverent before him. Lift up your heads, O ye trees, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting spires. For behold, here is Bohemia's shrine, and holy are the pillars of this house. Breathing spiders, come not near.
Hail, Bohemians, with the ripple of waters, song of birds, such music as inspires the sinking soul, do we invite you to midsummer's joy. Sky above is blue, sown with stars, the forest floor is deep with fragrant drift. Evening's cool kiss is yours, the campfires glow. The birth of rosy-fingered dawn. Shake off your sorrows with the city's dust and cast to the winds the cares of life. Let memory bring back the well-loved names of gallant friends who knew and loved this grove. Dear boon companions of the long ago. Aye, let them join us in this ritual. Not a place be empty in our midst. Oh, beauty's vassals, who hold in this gray autumn of the world her springtime in your heart, attend our tale. Gather, ye forest folk, and cast your spell over these mortals. Touch their world-blind eyes with fairy open their eyes and blow all the memories of yesterday and seal the gates of sorrow. It is a dream, and yet not all a dream. Joel Kerr and all of his works are but a dream. As vanished Babylon and goodly Tyre, so shall they also vanish. But the wilding rose blows on the broken battlements of Tyre, and walks rend the stones of Babylon. For beauty is eternal, and we bow to beauty everlasting. For lasting happiness, return to one alone, and she surrounds you now. Great nature, refuge of the weary heart, and only balm for breasts that have been bruised. Ye have cool hands for every favored brow, and gentlest silence for the troubled soul. And the counsels are most wise. He healeth well, having such ministries as calm and sleep. She is ever faithful. Other friends may fail, but seek ye her in any quiet place, smiling She will rise and give to you her kiss. So must ye come as children. Little children that believe nor ever doubt her beauty and her faith, nor deem her tenderness can change or die.
Bohemians and priests, the desperate call of heavy hearts is answered. By the power of your fellowship, dull care is slain. His body has been brought yonder from the funeral pyre to the joyous pipings of a funeral march. Our funeral pyre awaits the corpse of care.
Now watch that screen. Remember, the camera had fallen over to an angle in its hidden position in the bag under my arm. There's the boatman symbolizing death. He was wearing black and had his face painted up like a skull, like many of the other satanic participants in this ancient form of Moloch worship from Babylon. Now he's coming across, again, that's the surface of the water at an angle there, and he had a body bound at the front of the boat, at the bow. And then he delivers it to the Mystery Babylon initiates for the sacrifice. You're going to hear it beg for its life. Is it real? Probably not. Of course, it's probably someone's being killed in effigy. The fact is, Moloch is mentioned dozens of times in the Bible, 13 plus in the Old Testament, as being just ultimately evil. And here we have it as it's being delivered. It's just really sick that this is what's in the minds of the establishment. They'd come from all over the world to be involved in this. It just shows where their minds are at. Death has delivered its quarry now. And if you go to my website, Infowars.com, I had the program they handed out for the, quote, ceremony, and it shows a skeleton burning down in the bottom of the fire. Also a little demon at the bottom, nicknamed PJ. Yes, these are your world leaders.
Thou, thus buried across the shadowy tide, in all the ancient majesty of death, thou arch enemy of beauty, not for thee the test tribute or the restful grave. Fire shall have its will of thee, and all the winds make merry with thy dust. Bring fire! Shall we burn thee once again this night? And in the flames that eat thine effigy, we shall read the sign, Midsummer sets us free.
Ye shall burn me once again, ye fools and priests. upon your fire. Prince of all mortal wisdom, Owl of Bohemia, we beseech thee, grant us thy counsel. Begone, dull care. Fire shall have its will of thee. Begone, dull care. And all the winds make merry with thy doubts. Hail, fellowship's eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were there in person. Those were actual crosses that they were burning. Crosses. This was just completely sick. They brought in the image of a body and burned it. And on my website, Infowars.com, we have the night's, again, Luciferic revelry program where they show a skeleton burning in the fire that they've sacrificed. Right there on the altar. You can look at it for yourself. And then a little demon named PJ. Again, these are your supposed leaders. What do you think about them? And this is just the kickoff. We're told the security only increases. This is the week before the presidents and people come in, and it only gets worse. Now, during the initial burning of the sacrifice, we had the camera at a particularly bad angle. Now you can see a little bit clearer there on your screen the mock human sacrifice to Moloch. Of course, they're your conservative leaders, nothing to worry about, all in good fun. If anyone else behaved like this, we'd be raving kook weirdo
It's
cultists.
Mike Hansen here, your Facebook buddy and YouTube friend. As a lot of y'all know, I was the producer for Alex Jones and Jeff Davis, Steve Lane, George Humphrey, and a lot of those other guys from about 1995 till 2010. And what we're doing is we're busy trying to get all these shows that we did, over 2,200 shows that we did on Access TV, uploaded to YouTube and other social media spots on the internet, getting them off of the old VSH tapes and transferred over to computer, which is not easy. I've hired some people to help me. I've bought a bunch of equipment, and as a lot of y'all know, I'm not computer savvy whatsoever. I dread the day that computers ever was invented, but I'm having to go and do all this because if we don't, these tapes are going to be ruined forever and the history is going to be lost, because these shows that we did back in the 90s were very historical in my opinion, and I think they will be. And a lot of predictions were made on these shows for the future, and I want to get them up. So please subscribe to Mike Hansen Archives on YouTube, Hansen Archives, and my new one is Waco Archives, which anything we did with Waco, you know, we rebuilt the church out there in 1999, and I was friends with a lot of the survivors in the mid-90s, and all those interviews that I can put together, we're going to put on Waco Archives. So I sure appreciate y'all. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm putting this in between some of the old shows, and if you want to write us, I wrote a book called Bohemia Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, where Alex Jones and I snuck into the Bohemia Grove. I'm funding this operation. If you send me $25 to 901 St. Joseph Street in Gonzales, Texas, I will send you a signed copy of my book, and the money will go to either I give all the money that comes from my book to the Branch Davidian Church, or to help them every year. This year we didn't get to go up there because of the virus, or I put it into putting these tapes on YouTube. Of course, I have to fund a lot of this myself because that don't go a long way. I just got a box of new books in, so if you'd like to do it, you can also call 830-672-3089 and put it on a credit card. All right, my tacos are here, so I'll talk to you later.
It's
God bless.
okay if the so-called conservative leaders act like this. The locals, well, we'll talk to them later. Many of them don't have too big a problem with it. They're not sure what happens there in the local churches. Well, who knows? They might even be joining in. We're not sure. Chances are, though, they just have no idea what's happening in their town.
How you doing, sir? Okay. Camp Meeker? Yeah. Oh. I'm Alex Jones. I make documentaries. I'm just curious, what do you think about Bohemian Grove?
I used to work there.
You used to work there?
Yeah.
And now you work at Camp Meeker?
No, I don't work. Yeah, I live in Camp Meeker.
Oh, you live there?
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Did you ever watch The Cremation of Care?
No.
What'd you do at the...
I just worked there.
But, I mean, you never saw him march around the red robes?
No.
Oh, really? That didn't go on?
But yeah, I gotta go.
Okay. Thanks.
Before we talk to more of the locals, let's go back before we had tried to get into the Grove to some of our strategy planning with the British from Channel 4 World of Wonder.
Whoever got the photo got it from across here. There's the shrine that is their little business in the Klan outfits. Here's the stage. Here's the stage. And move down. Over here to the shrine. Owl's nest. This is a survey of Bohemian Grove in 4 parts. The pages are a little big on the edges, so I had to overlay them. Here's where they do a lot of their wicked behavior, and then right here at the shrine, the cremation of care. That's where they burn the... Man, I need to draw a map, our own map, because I can't carry this in on the operation with me. Listen to some of these names. 3-3, Dragon, Sleepy Hollow, Lost Angels. I mean, it's just bizarre. Red Fire, River Lyre, Roaring. Listen to all these names. I'm not going to zoom in on those. And here's the basic map. I want that repeatedly squared. You're ready to get me out of jail, baby. You got the bank card, right? Here's some more stuff, Mike.
Do you worry for Alex, Violet?
I do. I just, because Alex gets so impassioned by what he's doing that sometimes I'm afraid that he might be a little bit, reckless or maybe a little bit too fearless. I worry about Alex time in the same car. And, I worry about him sometimes when he's late getting back from the studio and he doesn't give me a call. I mean, he is putting himself out there, but I think the fact that he's in the public eye as much as he is really, keeps him safe to a certain degree. So maybe something like this is, people might not necessarily know where he is right now, people that listen to the radio or whatever. So it's maybe a little bit more risky, and it's a little creepy at night up here in the woods, But he's a brave man. I wish he had a gun, with him. I wish that we were able to carry guns or to be armed or protect ourselves as well.
And do you think that Alex's temperament,
what mannerisms or demeanor he thinks will get us in there and will keep us from being noticed? But frankly, with these cameras, we could sneak around in the woods all night long and catch these guys and come up on their campsites while they're enjoying themselves and get it all. So I'm going to disappear into those woods, and who knows what I'm going to get now. If I decide I come walking up going, yes, well, Wilford Johnson's Occidental Maximal Petroleum Grand Mercantile. Then I can act like that, and then if some security guard or some valet says, "Who are you?" I'll go, "How dare you, sniveling twit, that have you removed immediately. Fetch me especially poached eggs with a croissant of small livyworts sprinkled about the... You don't know what livyworts are? How dare you? You wretched fool." No, I won't be like that. But...
No, you wouldn't act like that.
I don't remember. He said it was just a small building. And he walks inside, and there were banks of TV screens. Did the lawyer tell you anything about those?
No, not last night. We only met him for half an hour last night.
I mean, but you've gotten... People have recommended him to you?
Mm-hmm. Mary Moore.
So he can be trusted? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's probably one of them, probably running around out there in the Red Hood.
What about the boat? Weren't you all thinking of that?
No, I was telling them that if there's any waterway into there, we could get a boat and drive up in there. Are there any waterways in there?
There's the Russian River goes by. The Russian River is close because they go swimming. Some of the global elitists apparently.
Well, that's it, guys. Let's go rent a boat. That's the way, so I won't have to tromp 3 or 4 miles through redwoods and get shot by some rancher because I walked on his dairy farm.
And you're definitely not dangerous. You're not going to do anything stupid this weekend.
Well, I mean, dangerous to what? Dangerous to myself? Are these people dangerous? They certainly may be, but I'm completely nonviolent when it comes to just going out there and trying to get the information. That's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I'm an activist first and foremost, but also a journalist in that I'll make some jokes and speculate occasionally because I'm a radio talk show host. But when I say something that I believe, I have to be on target about it. But dangerous? I'm definitely dangerous to corrupt bureaucrats and their financial bosses that would like to control the American people on the planet.
But not in a violent way.
Not in a violent way. And for anybody that doubts we're in global government now or entering it, you've now got this UN criminal court. They're saying if 60 countries ratify it, then it doesn't matter if America doesn't sign on. Kofi Annan claims he has power to enter any country anytime he wishes. We've all read that, and seen it on television. So I'm fighting this global government. And long before global government came out in the open, in the last 4 or 5 years, they were conditioning the public that anyone that talks about global government is a kook, a weirdo, a terrorist, a racist. And now they're out on the nightly news saying global government's here, you better accept it, we're getting rid of juries all across the planet. The IMF, the World Bank, basically runs things now. The WTO decides what you can buy and sell and trade on the international market. But see, they've preconditioned us that it doesn't exist. They've preconditioned us that anybody that talks about this stuff and who is against it is a kook or a racist because it doesn't exist. And then everybody's decided, well, I'm going to be culturally cool. I want to be in style. I want to be accepted. So even when they're hearing the news admit it and tell us how great it is, they've already pre-positioned it psychologically that it's not acceptable, it's not kosher to discuss it. Do you see the tactic they're using there? Mm-hmm. 5 years ago, I would laugh when I heard about black helicopters. I would say, I'm about taxes, I'm about corruption, I'm about getting local control back, I'm about states' rights, everything's coming under federal control. I was pretty mainstream, what you'd call so-called conservative. Then I saw the light when black helicopters started going into North Carolina. I started going into Florida. They fired into an all-night restaurant in Miami, just training, firing bullets into a place where people were eating. They started burning buildings. Police chiefs started throwing them out of their town, San Antonio. All this started happening, and I said, whoa, this is real. And then I realized that I was preconditioned, even as a so-called conservative person who understood that the media lied. I didn't realize how thick the propaganda was, that they preconditioned us before they release something on us, that it, number one, doesn't exist in our minds with classic doublethink, but then it can re-exist at the same time if they say it does and it's good. So it's literally George Orwell's doublethink, and one has to have it to stay sane in this world. Well, I refuse to be a part of it. I mean, the news every day, black helicopters are a joke, they're stupid, the culture, commercials, movies. At the same time, almost every month in this country, they're attacking and terrorizing some town with burning buildings and terror. I don't know, I'm just attacking it at every level. And I don't want to be part of their sick control freak system. I don't like these degenerate, inbred, New World Order crowd people. They're not going to run my life. They're not going to control me. And I'm going to try to expose them. And I think we've had some success doing that.
Hello, folks. I'm sorry to interrupt your viewing here on classic Alex Jones or Jeff Davis or Steve Lane or George Humphrey here on. Be sure to subscribe to Mike Hansen Archives. Hansen Archives, which is our newest one, and our newest one is Waco Archives. Anything we've done with Waco, we're going to put on there separately. But Mike Hansen Archives on YouTube and Hansen Archives. And we're busy putting up all these old shows. There's one of, I don't know what they're doing there. I guess they're... That's when Barcodes just come out. They were complaining about it. There's Alex. And we just got through with this one over here, Alex and Steve on the Freedom Report. We have an editor over here and she's letting it render now. But that's what we're doing here on these channels. We're putting up 25-year-old shows from Alex Jones and Jeff Davis. I was both their producers from 1995 all the way up to 2010, and it's probably 60 or 70 people doing what I used to do in Alex's office now. But if you would like to help us fund this project, write us here at 901 St. Joseph's, Gonzales, Texas. Send us $25 and I'll send you a signed copy of my book, Bohemia Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, when Alex Jones and I snuck into the Bohemia Grove back in the year 2000. Let me move my fly swatter out of the way. There is Alex and I when we were younger. Okay. We'll get you back to watching the good classics here on, what is that, Alex being arrested? But we got hundreds and hundreds of tapes to do. We got to transfer them over to from VHS over to the computer. There's Jeff Davis. All right, well, give us a call if you'd like to put it on a credit card at 830-672-3089. If you would like to write us, we're at 901 St. Joseph Street in Gonzales, Texas. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and let all your friends know about all these old shows we're putting up. They haven't been seen in 25 years. Thanks a lot and God bless.
Dairy cows and a big swan. Well, here we are, folks, turning on to the Bohemian Highway and Bohemian Grove. We're going to find out what in the New World Order is going on here. Ah, it's my redcoat friend. In the morning, that'd be 4 in the morning Texas time. We were getting really tired, and I said, that's it. Let's drive back to town, 5 in the morning, and then we didn't even wake up. We heard your call because we had like a 8:30 wake-up call. So
You thought you'd been taken?
no, I tell you, it's beautiful out here during the day, but it is spooky at night. I don't know if you guys got some footage of it, but all the fog and the rest of it.
So are you excited?
Oh yeah, I really want to check into some maps and things, and I'm willing. I mean, hiking into 2,700 acres is not too hard. We need to get into the woods. We need to assert ourselves. We need to catch these people at their business.
the old cremation of care. Their little Moloch or Maloch or Maloch's worship. I'm joking. That's it. Oh, they're spies, aren't they? Oh, you guys just got here too?
Okay. There's people. There's people laughing.
Camera wars. Stereo. I'm gonna hang out in the woods till it gets dark. Think that's a bad idea?
No.
Certainly not gonna try to go in there during the night because I'm gonna get out at night, and then it's just headlong stumbling about. Now, where's this river? This is near the Russian, which they even admit has its roots in like Babylon and the Druids had them and everything else. So all over the world, this weird owl shows up. Some cultures they've thrown children inside the bowels of this burning owl. That's historical. We've all read in the Bible about throwing your children to idols inside their, So it's weird behavior, definitely, so it needs to be investigated. And plus, it gets the adrenaline up. Thrill seekers have to have more. That would mean that from the air, and this will actually take some real planning because I didn't have these maps like you guys do. I'm going to need to know where I'm supposed to get in here at. Where there's a road, where...
Well, this guy tonight will give you a really good briefing.
Yeah, this guy tonight knows everything.
And you think you can trust him?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
We'll be the judges. I'm not going to end up tied down on a pentagram with Henry Kissinger's fat belly hanging over while he's naked with a big dagger, am I? I just want to make sure that's a joke.
Just a thought. It's very.
Oh, like Governor Bush running around in a pink tutu, foaming at the mouth with a purple wig on, am I? No. Supposedly, I hear that's what they do. So. I don't know.
I think they do these things, but the question is why?
Because they were brought up very conservatively. I mean, let's think about it. These are all the supposed conservatives. And so to them, sex is bad, all this stuff is dirty, ooh, they're really getting away with something. Whereas if you're brought up different, then it's really no big deal. And I found that's why I've been able to have family and been happy and not ever gotten into all the weirdnesses, because to me they're just stupid. But to all these old-fashioned weirdos and these power brokers, which bomb innocent countries and slaughter people and pump the food chain full of garbage and just everything else they do, it's probably something fun for them. And they really get off on being bad little boys. They probably peed their pants when they were little and got off on it.
And rule the world. I mean, this is, for some people, this is the secret room.
Well, I mean, certainly in the whole class system, it's the pleasures of class. And now what class is, the power that you have is something different.
All by myself at the edge of the woods. You have a gun for me to hold or something to protect myself with, I will, but I'm not going to just hang out in the middle of the woods.
All right, baby, then I'll tell you what.
But I'm happy to come along. I mean, as long as you really have a plan.
Why don't you stay here then? Because there's no way to hide your beautiful femininity from the goblins. So.
Well, I'm sure that there'll be some way that I can come along.
For many years I've said that Henry Kissinger, all those people look like goblins. Madeleine Albright. In fact, she was in one Scandinavian country.
Oh, Alex just started filming, so I'm now on camera. It's George Bush Jr.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, W. Okay, it's Fenton. I'll see you soon. Okay, bye. Bye. Okay, let's go. Let's go, 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 go.
Ready for me to close this?
Yeah, that's fine. So we're heading to Santa Rosa in a convoy, right? That's the plan.
To get disguises.
Yeah, to get our costumes, our preppy costumes.
More beautiful. More beautiful. How beautiful.
Hi, Alex.
So pretty.
You're way too close to me.
No, I'm not, Ducky.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. You don't know. Hey, say hi.
And the thing that all these adventures have in common is that all these people who have nothing else in common all believe in the secret room and the idea of there being a global elite that rule things from inside some secret room somewhere, which is what takes us to Northern California.
And this is a secret globalist frolic.
Right, yeah.
Bohemian
This
Grove.
is the secret room summer camp, basically. So from what we've been told, and we're going to find out tonight.
And we're told that FBI agents are swarming the area.
We've been told that, like adventures with them. None of that's in the series.
And there's a book coming out.
And that's the book. None of that stuff's in the series, but the series is the search. It's the search for the secret room, the search for the secret rulers of the world, which is what's brought us to Alex Jones and Mike Hansen and California, Northern California with the Bohemian Grove that's up the road. And all that's going to be in the film. Now, we're making that for British TV, Channel 4 in the UK. All I can say is that the last film I made with Channel, Discovery Channel, a couple of months ago, May 2000, so I kind of hope that this series will also air in the States, and there's no reason why it shouldn't.
I think it will. Wow.
It's got one sachet full of sweetener in him. It's really going for it. It's going wow like that.
Oh, you've been feeding him sweetener?
No, he fed himself.
So he came up on here.
We started there, eating the sweetener. In fact, there's the evidence. So he's been in there.
Good, he has to.
And then he went down. Oh, then he went over here. And then he went down there. Now he's a bit lost.
No, thank you.
Pretty snail.
I think it's probably bugged, actually.
And that's a federal agent right there.
Hey, you know, a guy came up to us just now. This is one of the new breed of high-tech federal agents. All this is in there is just tech. This guy came up to us just now. Alex.
Nanotechnology micro beast. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
He came up and he said, "You work in the Grove?" First question.
He said you work in the Grove?
Yeah, and he had a big bushy beard, and he looked like he'd had a lot of acid in his life.
Really?
So,
What'd you say?
No. I said, yeah. And he said, oh yeah. And then he started talking about the weather for half an hour. So we don't know what to make of it.
Now, yesterday, you were talking to an Australian who lives around here now.
Yeah.
He was talking about the FBI.
Yeah, this Australian we met yesterday. He's been here for 3 years, and he says that about 2-3 months ago, the whole place was saturated with men in black, FBI, Secret Service, and everything going up and down the roads, checking everything, checking houses, everything from bombs and stuff. And then they all disappeared, and they were looking out for undesirables in the area who were persuaded to go. That was his story.
And now we're going to
talk to him.
And now we're going to infiltrate.
I think we should go and see what we can see.
The public has a right to know.
They do.
I worried a communist. No, I married a banker propaganda false class envy specialist.
That's right, yeah. It's all about that. That's what communists are, and they're in red and black.
Are you excited about tonight, Alex?
Yeah, what were you saying, John?
Are you excited about tonight?
I am extremely excited. What about you, David?
Good job.
Excited?
Yeah.
No. Hey. You don't get excited. See what's going to happen.
Ever, huh?
It's very cool as a cucumber.
It's been in your own local papers that Henry Kissinger, George Bush, so-called conservatives, I mean, by the thousands go in there, governors, Hollywood people, and they go in there and do this.
Oh, you mean to go into the Bohemian Grove and freak out and run around naked and shit?
After sex.
Pardon my profanity.
Can you say that again without the cuss word?
Yeah.
What do they do in the Bohemian Grove that you've heard?
What did I say?
They run around naked.
Run around naked and freak out. There you go.
Have you heard that?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, to tell you the truth, here's a funny story.
What have you heard? Okay, go ahead.
No, this is the truth. A couple years ago, I was down the road, just down Yar, past Camp Meeker, and I was stopped with a friend of mine.
Now, Camp Meeker's right outside Bohemian Grove.
That's an affirmative.
Yes.
And we were down the road, and we were stopped there because we were just having a cigarette, hanging out, taking a break, and some Secret Service men actually pulled up behind us and asked us what we were doing and why we were there. This is true. They were like, "What are you guys doing? Where are you at? Why are you parked here? What's going on?" And asked us a whole bunch of questions. What our names were, who we were affiliated with, where we lived, all kinds of stuff. Sort of interrogated us.
Did you answer their questions?
Totally.
Now, wait a minute. You live here. What's your name?
My name? My name's Justice.
You live here. You live here locally. You're just parked down the road, hanging out. What were you doing? Smoking a cigarette?
Yeah.
What was it? You and a girlfriend, or just some friends?
That was a friend of mine.
All right. So you're just hanging out.
Yeah.
What time was it?
It was in the afternoon, probably about 6 o'clock.
So you're just chilling out on a side road, or right off the highway?
Right off the highway.
On one of those little turnarounds.
Sure.
Because we pulled in one of those and took a break today ourselves. And you're saying the Secret Service pulled up, was asking questions?
Yeah. Well, I don't know who they were. They were guys in sunglasses and short haircuts and cars with the E license plates. So I assume they were affiliates.
What vehicle were they driving?
K cars.
Well,
First off, how long you lived around here?
approximately on and off 32 years.
Oh, really? So most of your life?
Mm-hmm.
What have you heard about the Bohemian Grove?
It's where all of the, like, FBI and you're talking about the Bohemian Grove. Yeah, it's like the quote-unquote elite and presidential retreat.
Have you heard about the rituals that go on there?
No, I haven't. Well, the people who have more money than the rest of us in the world are a bit different. They're stingy. They want to hoard it all for themselves. And they think they're going to go to heaven. But they're not. Because they don't know how to provide or do as Jesus told them to.
What would you say if I told you that they sacrifice a human in effigy before a giant 45 to 50-foot stone owl?
I would say that's probably why they're going to hell.
But these people, we're talking about billions, and then we're talking about governmental control. Is it bad to have something that's secret, elite, and pagan at the same time?
Yeah, sounds like Satan's building his cult. Satan's building his army.
Fire shall have its will of thee. Begone, dull care, and all the winds make merry with thy doubts. Hail, fellowship's eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
Transnational establishment. So it's time for everybody across America to start standing up, because we got people power. Amen. Peaceful patriots or the huge military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us about. I think I'm afraid of the military-industrial complex that owns our media. I think I'm afraid of the foreign banks. That's who I'm afraid of, not of you people. Good luck, sir. Hey, buddy. Hey, Jim. How you doing, Ellinger? All right, son, we're ready for you. All right, they're ready for me. Let's go. Come over here and get the pretty little red light. Come on. Isn't that pretty? And they'll put a nice little clinic in here in the next few years for urine and blood testing like Clinton wants. What do I have to hide? I'm a criminal. There we have it. Nice little pretty red light. Get that, Mike. There we have it. Your photograph, they capture your signature, they capture your thumbprint, and now Clinton wants urine and blood, and I've given that to the media, the actual federal register that he wants the states to implement. And I guess it tells them how to put clinics in, and it tells them how to urine and blood test law-abiding citizens not under 18 like the media says.
Hi.
How you doing? I am here with 8 forms of identification. I have my passport. Here's that, my name, and the form you asked me to fill out. I have no criminal record. My name is Alexander Emmerich Jones. Here is my passport. Here is my insurance. Here is another form of ID. Here is my old driver's license. Here is my birth certificate. And here is my W-2 form. And here is 2 more insurance cards, old ones, just so you can double check. It's a health club card.
Plenty of ID.
Okay.
Good to go. We're going to get you
I
certificate
just
right now.
need for you to answer these first 3 questions.
Take a look at these questions there and go over them things.
So I don't have to thumb scan?
Well, we're going to get to that. You are eventually going to have to. Yes, sir.
But not now.
Not at this point, but you will before we're done with the process.
Why?
Because it's required.
It's required by Bill Clinton in 1992, and it was instituted here in Texas in 1993. I know the code, sir. Are you going to institute his urine and blood testing when he commands you? Are you going to stick a needle in my arm when I have no criminal record?
The only questions I'm going to answer right now are concerning driver's license issuance.
You just follow orders, don't you? So you're saying you're going to deny me the constitutional right to travel if I do not submit to this digital thumb scanning?
What I will tell you, today you will not receive a duplicate driver's license if you do not submit to a thumbprint.
Okay, look, I feel like I'm being raped here.
Well, I would sit down with you for hours and try to do what I could to help you.
Then just give me my license without digitally thumb scanning.
I am not going to violate DPS policy.
Is there a religious exception?
For your exception.
Is there a religious exception?
No. No, sir, there's not.
Everyone must take the mark. A digitally enhanced mark.
I'm not talking about mark.
A digital tattoo.
I know. Your ID, you are good to go. But
Yeah, well, if I'm good to go, why do you need my thumbprint?
Because it's part of the procedure of
It's
issuing.
part of Bill Clinton's law, isn't it? It's an executive order. It's a decree by Bill Clinton. NCIC. Yeah, and if I drive without a license, what's the penalties for driving without a license?
You know, I don't even want to go there.
That's right.
You know why?
I'm asking you.
It doesn't pertain to it.
You're an officer. I'm asking you the law.
I would be glad to sit down
So
with
you're
you.
saying I'll be committing a crime by driving if I don't take your mark?
I would be glad to do anything I can to help you, sir.
Well, see, you're saying...
I'm not against you, and I understand.
Officer Ard, you're sitting here, Sergeant, and telling me that you're all friendly and you're all nice. But I'll be pulled over and given tickets. If I don't pay those, I will go to jail because of my morals and my beliefs. I will not take this. And I'm here to tell you, I already took this in '93, and many people will say, well, you've already taken it. What's your problem with it? Because now I figured out what this is, and I'm opposing all those others that are being herded in here like cattle to be thumb scanned like criminals.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
We don't even need to start there. If I know that you're not going to submit to a thumbprint, why waste your time?
See, right up front. They will drop, and people are being turned away all day here. So you're saying I pay my taxes, I'm raped by the IRS, which is criminal. You know, it's well known.
And you heard the key word submit.
Submit. He just said I must submit.
There's a lady down the counter.
I'm telling you, I've never been to jail.
I don't know. What do you want me to do for you?
I want you to give me my driver's license. I want my driver's license. I am not a criminal. I may become one today, but that's fine. You're saying you won't take me to jail at 5 if I'm still here.
No, we're not going to take you to jail.
Oh, yeah. This is against the grain of the Constitution. Look, if I don't take the mark, my right to travel is taken. You're taking my rights and telling me that it's no big deal? And now you want a urine and blood test. Bring me the document. Who has the urine and blood testing document? I need it. I'm going to pass these out to people. Ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Register, Bill Clinton, urine and blood testing plan for you. Tell your friends about it. We have got to stand against this. The states are preparing to implement this plan. This is not a joke. This is not the entire document. It gets worse. You know, we really should fast forward that. They said they wouldn't arrest me, but you see, Mike Cox, DPS spokesperson or spin doctor, shows up and said, this must be contained. And of course, I was arrested then, setting a precedent that you must take their digital mark, which means they can control more and more, make you jump through any hoop you could imagine to get a driver's license, to get a bank account, to get a job, to live your life. And now in 5 states, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Ohio, many other places, they make you waive your Fourth Amendment rights to be able to get a keg of beer with the state police, that they can search your home for a year whenever they feel like it. To get beer, to live your life, to get a driver's license, to go wherever. They're making you waive rights, waive rights. It's fraud. It's color of law. The national ID card has been defeated 3 times in Congress. But as soon as Bill Clinton was elected in '92, got into office in January of '93, he signed that executive order to bring Texas and the rest of the country thumb scanners. Now, many states have said no, but Texas and California and others have said yes. New York, Florida. Any big state, they've got to get it rammed through there. I talked to hundreds of people who have taken the thumb scan here in Austin who didn't even remember thumb scanning until I said, remember the little black box, the little red light? Now they're talking about putting clinics in and getting urine and blood. That's in the executive order. Tell me we're not in a police state. Tell me we're not in a civil emergency. Tell me we're not in a military dictatorship under this government. They're not going to announce it on television. They're not going to tell you what we're living under, but it's already happening. It's already here. I want to put Infowars.com up on the screen, then we'll start taking your calls here in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and put Infowars.com up, because this document, Infowars.com, this document right here, This is Senate Report 93-549. It's at any law library, like the University of Texas Law Library. Is available to you on Infowars.com. You can download it for absolutely free. We have a link to it. And it is 25 pages long. I suggest you read it, where they admit that we're already in a national emergency, that martial law was declared March 9th, 1933 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and then it has been expanded and increased, and more of the Constitution and Bill of Rights destroyed. I hear people every day say, Alex, when is martial law coming? You said martial law is coming. No, I've been saying martial law is here. It's what degree on the scale from 1 to 10 have we reached? I say a number 5 on this Richter scale, doubling in its severity every point. I mean, here it is for you. The Senate even admits it. This is not even debatable, that the Bill of Rights and the Constitution has been suspended. After 33, we got the state police that are really federal police. We got licensing, that is papers. Americans didn't have to have papers in this country before unless you were black, because it was racist. Now, I'm not bashing American history. That's a horrible part of it. Slavery is still going on in many parts of the world. White people, black people, you name it. My point is, we didn't have to have papers until the mid and late 1930s after 33, when the federal police, under the guise of state police, were put into effect. And presidential executive orders and powers were decreed down through the DPS's, Department of Public Safeties, throughout the country. Research when Texas got its DPS. 1936, Roosevelt. Federal funding to set it up. That's when it all began. And now if you don't have a license walking down the street, they'll pull you over or stop you on the street when you're not even in your car and say, where's your ID? And they'll take you to jail or they'll arrest you. It's a law. Asset forfeiture seizure. They'll pull you over. Got a couple grand in your wallet. They'll take it. You'll say, but I don't have any drugs. I have no criminal record. It's up to you to prove it's yours, bud. This is even in the newspapers. They say, what's the big deal? Throwing it in your face. Cameras going up. Listening devices going up all over Central Texas with federal grants. You ask yourself, why is this happening? Because we are the prey species on this planet today. Human beings throughout the last 10,000 years of human history have set up this hierarchical system, and now it's really growing fatter and more despotic than it ever has before, because people are so decadent. There's so much food, there's so much drink. People are basically doped out on it. They're narcotized on the pleasure and entertainment. They're not going to announce martial law or even civil emergency unless you're in Seattle or Washington, D.C. for government provocateur actions. They're just going to incrementally train the cops, train the military, train the people, the troops on the street, militarized police, armored personnel carriers being delivered to police, police-type garb, SWAT teams. All of this is normal. Going through a checkpoint is normal. All of it federally funded, all of it federally controlled. From the national ID card that's illegal, 3 times in Congress voted down, still being implemented, to the federal cameras, to the federal microphones they're putting up in Austin that was in the paper last year. All of this developing in your face, but you're waiting for some big announcement, some Hollywood announcement from Washington. Oh, it's martial law. You don't have any rights. They're just going to take your rights, tell you we're some wonderful democracy, and you'll never know the better. At least they hope. I'm going to recap this throughout the evening. It's Senate Report 93-549. You need to mass email to people about this government link I have on Infowars.com. War and Emergency Powers Act, emergency powers status, provisions of federal law now in effect, delegating to the executive extraordinary authority in a time of national emergency, report on the Special Committee on the Termination of National Emergency, United States Senate, November 19, 1973, U.S. Government Printing Office, Washington, 1973, document number 24-5090. Since March 9, 1933, the United States has been in a state of declared national emergency. In fact, there are now in effect 4 presidential proclaimed states of national emergency. This is in 73, now there's about 10. In addition to the national emergency declared by President Roosevelt in 33, there have also been national emergencies proclaimed by President Truman on December 16th, and the states of national emergency declared by President Nixon on March 23rd, 1970, and August 15th, 1971. It has nothing to do with emergencies they claim. It is to give the bureaucracy the power to circumvent Congress and build this fourth branch of government. These proclamations give force to 470 provisions of federal law. These hundreds of statutes delegated to the President extraordinary powers, ordinary exercised by Congress, which affect the lives of American citizens in a host of all-encompassing manners. This vast range of powers taken together confer enough authority to rule the country without reference to normal constitutional processes. And then it goes into the U.S. Code for 25 pages. This is from 1973, Senate Report 93-549 of War and Emergency Powers Act. Since then, let's just take last year, Senate Bill 1059, Defense Appropriations for 2000, subsection 1067 of Senate Bill 1059, authorizes total military takeover. This is their words. A total military takeover for the mere threat of terrorism. The mere threat of terrorism. No longer can they just give so-called surplus brand new M16s and armored personnel carriers wheeled tanks to police. No longer can they just give them helicopters and military training assistance. Now, for any purpose that the President or the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary, you name it, of the Treasury, Lawrence Summers, or Janet Reno, Attorney General of the Justice Department, they can do this for any reason. Think about it. Senate Bill 1059, Section 1067 authorizes that. Look at Section 1084. Spent hours in these sections. Government search engine, Thomas. Thomas.gov, pull it right up there. It's all over Infowars.com. We've saved the document. Section 1084, the lethal transfer of lethal chemical weapons to the Department of Justice from the Department of Defense, and the same government's telling us it's not a question of if, but when there's going to be a chemical or biological attack on the American people. And what is their solution? They say, give up our rights, submit to Big Brother. The same thing Hitler did in 1933 when he said, the Jews, the blah, blah, blahs, they're going to blow something up if I don't take full command and round people up and suspend and set up checkpoints and issue licenses and papers, something Germans didn't have before. And what did he do? He blew up the Reichstag, burned to the ground the government building he'd been elected to. His approval rating skyrocketed. He cleaned the streets when he's the guy that blew it. Now, that's part of history now. We're about to go to your calls. But I wanted to get to this first. This is a Newsmax story. China flexes muscles south of the border. While the dominant Chinese presence in Panama since the U.S. pullout is widely recognized, mainland China's increased power in the rest of Central Asia has up until now been less obvious. And then it goes into how the Taiwanese president, the pro-independence president, who China's been threatening to nuke that country of 38 or 28 million people, China's threatening Central and South America to not allow him to travel there as a diplomatic tour. And they've taken over the Panama Canal. They've taken over Long Beach Naval Base. They've been given it by Clinton and given it by the Republicans who stood by and let it happen. They're all the same people. The Chinese are now the new favorites of the New World Order, not America. We're no longer the muscle. We still have these memories of freedom. We still have guns. We still have private property. They realize it'll take another 20 years to drive it fully from us. China is 1.25 billion plus slaves. They're selling political dissidents organs. They've got huge slave camps building widgets and toys and everything else. They are the new chosen ones to be used as muscle economically and militarily. Let me tell you how you use it as muscle against people. You're the New World Order. You're the top 20 corporations and banks. You don't make your money through free market activities. You make it through government regulation and control of your competition. You want to leverage out all your competition? You want to consolidate power? You go into China, you make deals on IMF and World Bank loans. You make deals on them for military secrets to be transferred. If they only allow, say, Boeing to manufacture there and not Airbus, which is not an American company. That doesn't help us. It just makes them leave Washington and Seattle and move to China, which they're doing. You go in, you say, give Walmart or give Kmart the exclusive on these manufactured goods. And then boom, it's all shipped in. All the clothing lines really manufactured by one group, or most of them now. They're in China. And gives you incredibly cheap products with no environmental standards, no workers' compensation, no Social Security, 10 cents an hour if they're lucky, if they're not slaves, as many of them actually truly are. China admits this. You ship that into America, and on top of it, China's got a 40% tariff on America. We've got a 2.2% on them on average. And that's called free trade by the World Trade Organization, 5.5 years old, given power by the bankers, by the World Bank and IMF, and ruling against American industry every case. This is World War III. Do you realize? Do you realize? No wonder China, the PLA, their ruthless 2 million man military, was given control of the Panama Canal. No wonder they were given Long Beach Naval Base. No wonder they're doing all this, because the New World Order is building them up to be their new thug on the block. It's so bad. But, oh, it's free trade. Oh, Alex, don't be an isolationist. Okay. Well, then how if I give you 40 eggs and you only, give me a break, and then you only give me 2? Will you let me give you 2 eggs for 40 eggs? Because that's the mathematical breakdown on the tariffs and trade with China. But they call it free trade when they have a 40% or even higher average tariff on us. This is not debatable. It's all in the newspapers. They say it's wonderful. A 40% tariff, and we have a 2% on them, on top of the slave goods and the cheap labor. We can't compete, no matter how smart we are, unless the establishment decides to not give China the technologies to be developed there to be sold in this country by select Western corporations that control that country. And you can be bought off because of Hollywood and the culture that tells you baubles and trinkets are everything, the cool car, the cool house, whatever. This is all that matters. You'll do anything to attain it and think you've hit the top of the charts in your own petty elite. Meanwhile, the country's going to hell in a handbasket. We're being drugged, literally, with all of this entertainment and all of these pleasures and all of the rest of it. I have to fight it myself. God, tell me I don't want to go to southern Mexico to go swimming, to go hiking in the hills, and to go check out the pyramids again like I did when I was younger. Damn it, I want to go to Europe. I want to write a book, but I got to broadcast 6 hours a day on the radio. I want to make documentary films. Don't have time to do it because I've got to get this out to as many people as possible. And we're having success. I just got picked up in Tampa, Florida today on my radio show, and St. Petersburg. So stuff's moving forward. The point is, we're all fighting. You can fight. I started out at Access Television almost 7 years ago, and I'm still going strong. And I want to thank our sponsors. Then we'll get back into your calls. We're sponsored by River City Collision, complete auto body collision repair. Thank you, River City Collision. I also would like to thank the Hardware Store Incorporated at Spicewood Springs Road and 183. Bob Dacey's our sponsor. And I want to thank the Hardware Store Incorporated. Thank you so much for supporting the First Amendment with your sponsorship. All right. And let's get Infowars.com back up there. I want to thank my crew as well. Let me recap this in about a 1-minute spiel, then we'll go to your calls. Let me explain it to you. Martial law's not coming. The train's not coming. It's not about to get to the station. It's already left, and this bullet train is accelerating. It's at about 20 miles an hour right now. It's going to go up to 200 miles an hour. We're on board. They'll ask for your papers. They'll run you through checkpoints. The police will demand to search your vehicles. The cameras are going up. The national ID cards are in by fiat, despite if Congress throws it out 3 times. The Know Your Customer legislation at the banks, with the FBI snooping through all your accounts openly. The United Nations calling for the International Criminal Court, saying they're going to enforce it even if America doesn't accept it, and they'll extradite Americans. The militarization of the police is happening. They'll stop you as you walk to the store and ask, where's your ID now? And take you to jail in some cases if you don't have it. That's police state. That's martial law. It's not coming. It's here. It's in the now. And the average cop is not bad. The average military person is not bad. The average sheriff is not bad. They're ignorant, or they're just petty, and they're corrupt, and they think it's no big deal. People don't see the accelerated incrementalism and what's happening, and we're all being acclimated to accept this. I want to remind you, military checkpoints have been run all over Texas, on highways and byways. We have produced a film, Police State 2, The Takeover. and we've aired it here with the video of it happening, news articles as well from around the country, Knoxville News Sentinel, Iowa Journal, mainstream papers. We have video from here in Texas. It's happening. How can people in the military who were formerly there, who fought against Hitler and Stalin and people like that, look at military checkpoints now with police and say it's all right? Something is desperately wrong. We are in a police state. We're not going into one. And here's Senate Report 93-549 from 1973 on Infowars.com, linked directly to the government, admitting that we're in a state of emergency and that each president expands it as it grows and gets worse. America had a lot of freedom. We were a big elephant to eat. But as Bill Clinton has said, he's going to get our guns one bite at a time, just like you eat an elephant. And don't think Bush is going to save you. They're two peas in a pod. That's how bad it's gotten. Let's go ahead and take your calls now. Hello, caller, you're on the air.
Yes. I just wanted to know that I'm a big fan. Wanted you to know that I'm a big fan of yours and have much respect for you. I caught in halfway through the show, and I want to know what's the deal with the thumb scanners.
Well, it's illegal according to the Constitution and Bill of Rights, and Congress has voted it down 3 separate times, but it has already been implemented in 37 states, thrown out of 2 of those. The others are holding. They are just doing it by fiat. You want your highway funds, you do it. As if it's free federal money. They take $1 of our tax money, 30 cents comes back to the states, 11 cents to the people, with strings attached. How is that a good deal?
What do they do with it? What is the thumb scan for, though?
Well, it makes it very easy to track and trace what you do once the system's in. Banks are getting ready to put them in. They're putting in retina scanners. They can control what you buy and sell. They can turn your digital thumbprint ID off if you're not a good minion in the future. You'll see millions of homeless people suddenly and the loving police force rounding them up to go to detention centers, re-education. That's their plan. It gives them total control over your personal destiny, sir.
The last question is, what's your take on labor unions, organized labor?
Well, I think labor unions are a good idea if they weren't so centralized and easily taken over, and many times they end up being the tool of the establishment. Take what happened. I mean, we've got the AFL-CIO saying we've got to support Bill Clinton in '96, which there's no difference between Bill Clinton and Al Gore, but here's the diversion. Saying we've got to support Bill Clinton and Al Gore against Dole and whoever his running Jack Kemp, and saying because Jack Kemp and Bob Dole are for NAFTA and GATT, which is destroying our jobs. Look at what's happening. This is not free trade. And then labor and then Al Gore steps right in and immediately, even admitting he was going to vote for NAFTA and GATT, did. They're loyal opposition. Now they want to represent the 20 million illegal immigrants in this country. Well, look, if you come here legally, that's fine. I mean, I'm against a German immigrant or a Mexican immigrant. It's not a racial issue. The problem is the Mexican immigrants are coming in as good folks, but being filled with hatred by La Raza and Mecha that are funded by whites, funded by the Ford Foundation, $9.5 billion nation-wrecking machine, to bring this country down and to create dissension and to create this division. I mean, when I saw the tapes of black people and white people and Hispanics being beat up by racist La Raza and Mecha people, which want Aslan to be part of Mexico, Texas, and California and all this, beating him up at a 97 San Diego 4th of July parade, and the police doing nothing and holding up signs with white people's heads cut off, I knew that was the Klan. I mean, I fight the Klan. They've given me death threats. They've done some other stuff, and now here I am with these guys, people claiming to be with Mecha, sending me hate mail, and, you know, this is what it's all about. So now you see AFL-CIO supporting that. It's just to destroy this country. And you see the big corporations supporting opening the borders. And then it's just horrible what's happening. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I wanted to ask you a question. When the president sends out a mandate under the Federal Emergency Management Act, what is the process by which that mandate is repealed, and how many, or if any, have been repealed?
A few have been questioned by Congress, and then a president will hurriedly go in and issue a new executive order to delete or alter the old executive order. Not one executive order has ever been completely withdrawn by Congress because they don't have the power. The government was suspended in 1933. It's a puppet deal. Just like Caesar, you know, would still allow the Senate to meet, but it was just for them to bring him suggestions. So that's basically what's happening here. The death of the republic in Rome, the death of the republic here. But it still goes on because to fight 100 senators and their lands and their generals and their armies would be too hard. A smart Caesar takes control and says, well, I'm the main executive leader here and I make all the decisions, but if you're nice and ally with me, I won't kill you. Because he couldn't kill all 100 at the same time. It took generations for it to be total power, get rid of that Senate completely. Then soon a general figured out he could just stab the Caesar and be in control.
I see. And just out of curiosity, did you ever get your license?
No, I didn't.
Did not get your license?
No, I'm just like Rosa Parks' little black lady. I refuse to get on the back of the bus. I'm tired. I've been out cleaning houses all day. I'm going to sit at the front, damn it.
I see. So since they did have...
Do you understand my analogy?
Yes,
Of people say, well, you got fingerprinted when we went to the jail. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, we got you. No. It's not about the thumb scan. It's not that I jealously don't want my piece of data in the system. As a culture, as it's all going into it, and it being federal, and it being illegal, Congress has voted it down. It's incredibly unpopular. It is creating a matrix-like control system.
And since you said in '93 you did scan
Yes.
the thumb, so is that currently in their database?
Yes.
It is currently. And is that changing anything? Have you noticed a change in how if they're monitoring you, surveilling you, or anything?
I don't even care if people surveil me.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the forces to do it. The people outnumber them 500 to 1. It's an intimidation of the mind.
I'm just curious. You said it would change. They could get control of your future.
Okay, only 37 states have implemented the National ID card illegally. They haven't started the urine and blood testing, which is an executive order that we put on screen. Put it back up, Mike, please. I want to explain this to you. It's the system. It's the encroachment. It's that the banks are putting in the same thumb scanners in big cities like Houston and New York and Chicago and L.A. now, the very same system the government's put in. And they've signed on to Know Your Customer, which was defeated in Congress last year, but still being implemented. That means the FBI could go into your bank account, seize it, look at it, and never even tell you.
What about the banking conspiracy of putting thumbprint scanners in quarters?
But see, sir, it's not a conspiracy. The scanners are going in the banks.
No. I understand it's my poor choice of words. What about putting them in the currency?
There's already a scanner in the currency, sir.
Yes, I realize that. But
no. People don't believe that. Let me show them. Hold on a minute. Pull my wallet out here.
But I'm asking, is that done by the banking industry, or is that a portion of a larger body, or is that the banking industry alone?
The Federal Reserve is private, run for profit. It's a quasi-governmental private organization. The stockholders are private. They use government muscle as their front. Now, here's the face side of a $5 bill. And it's right over here, right past the Federal Reserve seal. There is a microfilm piece of film right here, a metal oxide plastic, which has that this is a $5 bill when it was issued. Okay? And the Federal Reserve came out about a year and a half ago and made people really pissed when they said, people got really angry, when they said, we're going to start issuing the money and we need to be able to devalue it if people don't put it back in the bank, which you should be allowed to do. You've worked for this symbol of energy. You should certainly be able to keep it. And they say they're going to scan it when it leaves the bank, and when it leaves your bank, and they will scan it. And if you don't put it in after a year, it will start becoming worthless. They will simply devalue it at that level. Not because they want to stop inflation, which they cause, but because they want to be able to control your destiny. So if they turn your thumb scanning off, they take that digital mark, it scans the space in your fingers and makes a number. This is their own technology in biometrics. If you're not a good citizen, they just delete that number or say invalid. This is what they could do. Then you go, that's fine, I got $10,000 I saved and I've got it. Well, suddenly your money, they can just devalue your money. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Is that in the new currency as well?
Yes, it's in all of it. Let me show you. Let me show you this. Give me a close shot again, Mike. Yeah, you got to pull it out slow. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh, loving. It's not a magic trick, ladies and gentlemen. It's in your money. Oops. There you have it. That is private run-for-profit money by the Federal Reserve, the bankers that seized control of this country in 1913 and had their martial law take over in 1933. Senate Report 93-549, November 19th, 1973. They admit it all right in here.
All right,
Up on Infowars.com.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate your call, sir. Of course, many people, I've heard them on the radio shows call in, say that I made it up and there is no stripping the money. You're probably too lazy, some of you, to check for yourself. Or to go to the Federal Reserve's website, I guess about a year and a half ago, or even longer, when they came out and said we want to start doing this in the near future. Wow. Total control. Hello, you're on the air.
Charlie Sotelo, please.
All right. Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah. I've been wondering why I've been on this bullet train, wondering why George Bush and Bill Clinton are on this gravy train, putting stuff, making us get all ID cards, with the dick for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I mean,
it's, again, Bill Clinton, George Bush are high-level puppets, sir, just like Alan Greenspan and the rest of them.
Okay.
I mean, they're just controlled little front men.
Yeah.
There's this friendly illusion in the press and the culture. Pardon me?
They're pawns.
Yes, there's this friendly illusion in the culture that, the end of the thing is the president. What does he think?
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Come on. Thanks a lot. That's my take.
Appreciate the calls. I just, I don't know what to say about any of it. I just, the whole thing is blasphemous. And you can look at the evidence or you can ignore it. But we're not going into martial law, baby. We're in it. We're in a police state. It's how much worse are we going to let it get? Is the average cop a knowing member of the conspiracy to take over society? No. He's like the centurion 2,000 years ago, just wanting his little bit of money, and he enjoys a little bit of power, and he's just doing his job for Hail Caesar. Hail the governor of Caesar. Hail the local region of Caesar. Hail. That's what they're doing. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, how are you doing? I've only watched the show a couple of times now, and what I hear is good to know that someone's speaking out for the government, and I know it's off the subject.
Well, it's not even our government. It's an occupational, private, run-for-profit, fascist government that created communism, socialism, everything else you can imagine to criminally consolidate wealth through dictatorial machines.
Right. One of my questions is, obviously, well, do you like where you live? And you're bashing government for somewhat.
Now hold on. We always hear, we've had police, and I've got a lot of police that are friends, but DPS folks down there call up and, make horrible statements on our answering machines and things and admit who they are and give their phone numbers because they're so self-righteous that we would even talk about them as the lowest level of the New World Order, rubber meeting the road. And they say, love it or leave it. No. America's a country where you get involved, where you strive. Our country's been overturned by private financial interests that make their money through controlling government. And I'm going to expose it, so is the Senate, with Senate Report 93-549. And I want my form of republic back. I want this government, this rule of law back.
Right.
I don't like being micromanaged.
So your thing is involvement and not bashing? Is that what you're trying to promote?
Well, we endlessly hear the so-called political pundits say over and over, this Democrat's being an attack dog, this Republican's being an attack dog.
Okay.
Back when this country was free, or any other free country had some segments that were free, they had soapboxes in the streets. You talked about politics and religions. You fought City Hall. But they put it out in the culture on radio and then TV and print. You can't fight City Hall, death and taxes. You don't talk about politics and religion. You're damn right I'm pissed off about the government being controlled by private interest and then telling me that big government gets those rich guys when really it's what they want. I'm giving them a bigger club to hit me in the head with. You bet I'm mad. You're allowed to get mad. This is what translates with humans. We're mammals. You're supposed to act like this. This is why I've gotten so much attention with the documentation. Not because I go, yes, you're right. No, the arteries are congealing as the blood flows slower.
Right.
This is how you're supposed to telegraph a warning to the people.
Now, but is there another place that you would rather live?
I've thought about trying to leave the country, and frankly, it's a new world order. Oh, I know it's a conspiracy. They talk about it every night on C-SPAN, and it's in the newspapers. World government this, UN criminal court that, power over our courts, no juries, just judges. There's no such thing here. They don't put out publications, and they're not totally taken over. what's the point? Number one, it's not about me. What are you going to do about Senate Report 93-549? Are you going to go read it?
Yes, sir. And that's why I'm a minor in government right now, just trying to understand how this.
Oh, well, they'll
this
tell
works.
you you're an expert if you believe in the Keynesian economics and the left-right paradigms, the ultra-left, the ultra-right. It's all false. It's command and control on one end and anarchy on the other, and anarchy is impossible. It has no governmental, that is a gravitational pull in the body politic. Power takes in more power upon itself. And that is big government, and we're always being drawn towards that. We need to pull as hard as we can away from it, never attaining the goal of anarchy, which is not my goal because it's just as bad.
Right.
It's impossible in groups of bigger than 5 to 10 people.
So you believe more in the Machiavelli approach where, power rules.
It's not what I believe, and it's not what the prince says. It's what they're implementing, and yes, that's their Bible.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Good talking to you. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes.
Given all the facts and the documents that you have seen, like on the urban warfare, the soft money bag, as Americans, what are we going to see in the future to come?
It's the future you make. Are you able to proactively resist? The moment you give up is the moment they've won personally with you. You must resist and know we're going to win, that we're going to wake people up, we're going to deprogram the population, that presidents are just puppets, that our country's already in martial law, that they're not going to declare it and tell us, but there are Senate reports and the symptoms all around us with the checkpoints and the searches and the prison industry is the second biggest thing in this country now. That's another piece of evidence. It's growing almost as fast as the internet. 2.3 million people in prison now. They say it's going to be 33 million in a few years. It's gone up 1 million in the last 9 months.
Well, in your opinion, what can you say would be the worst scenario that we are going to face?
That we incrementally continue to fry in this matrix, or that the feds start blowing up federal buildings like Hitler and like the Russians are doing right now to their people. It's even in their newspapers, for God's sake. That's why Vladimir Putin's taking over Garanovsky's different news systems. That's even in United Press International. The Russian secret police were caught blowing up apartment buildings last year. They're doing it again now. And so Putin takes over the newspapers that report the truth that Moscow police arrested FSB members. It's on Infowars.com right now.
And how can we take a stance on the soft?
Do you understand the feds blew up Oklahoma City to blame it on patriots, to push their police state, and to get the idiots in government to circle the wagons thinking the people did that to them? I'm sorry, go ahead. He hung up. What's going to happen? What? It's up to you, sir. I'm not that important. Damn it, the evidence is there. I mean, here's the headline right here. Where is that? God, if you only looked at all the foreign news wires like I do. Moscow bombing could strengthen police state agencies. Damn it, the FSB, the successor to the former KGB, is blowing stuff up again. Good Lord, this is out of Moscow Times. Whoa! And Putin is seizing newspapers and television stations that report the truth. Now, there's your crater that's non-existent. Oh, that building was blown in? Yeah, sure. Okay, you're on the air.
Hey, Alex.
Yes.
Yes, I like what you're doing. I've been knowing this type of stuff's been going on for a long time now. And I've been locked up, I say, about 2 or 3 years ago. And I've been reading a lot on what's been going on. A lot of people in prison really do know what's going on out here, but they're all incarcerated at this time.
Yeah, 1 out of 10 letters I get are from federal prison. People are in there listening.
Yeah, and I knew that Oklahoma City bombing was done undercover by our own people.
They're not our people, though. Remember that. We've got to get, it's not our government doing all this. It's a takeover government. It's an occupational government.
Yeah. But how do I go, and as we're all going to do as a whole, to group up together and try to stop this thing?
Sir, you could become famous. You could become a leader. You could merge black men with white men and then everybody else to fight the New World Order and get out of this Klan, Black Panther stuff, which are all federally controlled. And you could just get hardcore, educate yourself, get fluent on the issues, start having meetings. Anybody that talks about blowing stuff up, you grab them, you call the police, it'll be a Fed, you'll never see them again. Get hardcore, get an Access TV show, call into radio shows, get a co-op radio show, Just get into the avenues, put a website up. Pirate radio's exploding right now.
Okay, also, they talk about a lot of things about the credit card and how they are able to track you down and stuff with the credit card anywhere you go. Now, how do I go about as an individual?
Well, remember, you haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah.
You are innocent until proven guilty. You have a right to not be tracked and traced like a rat. And at the same time, you look at a government that's wanting to do things like this, you got a problem. There are some of the pirate stations, and I want to talk about them later. 90.1 North Austin, 95.9 South Austin, 97.1 Central Austin, 91.7 in Fredericksburg. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, also, I've just really started picking up your radio station, 90.1, but now it seems like it's getting distorted. It's kind of hard for me to pick it up now.
That's not my radio station.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's also 97.1 that's kind of socialist, but they're trying to do good. And people are just doing this. Folks do pick me up off the satellite, and they dial around and pick up different syndicated shows, so we don't scramble my show. What part of town do you live in?
North Austin.
I mean, North's giant. What area north?
Basically northeast of Rumberg.
Northeast off Rumberg. I really don't know. I don't even know who runs that station.
Yeah.
90.1.
Okay. But I also enjoy your internet, Infowars.com.
Well, brother, what's your name?
David Griffin.
Well, David, I didn't want your full name, and the reason I was asking where you live, not your exact place. I'm not trying to get your information, is to find out why you couldn't hear that. But we're not sure even where that station's at, but it seems to be good up in that area, North Austin. Sir, just become a leader, and people might laugh at you at first, doesn't matter. Come down here, get an Access TV show, have an audience of 10,000. You could have it instantly. I mean, Janet Reno flew here to talk to 2,000 bureaucrats at UT as they fawned after her. I mean, you can come up and talk to 10,000 Austinites who really matter.
Yeah.
We need you as a leader, sir.
All right, we appreciate the time.
Hey, listen, everybody needs you as a leader, and God bless. You take care. Good talking to you. You're on the air, caller.
Yeah, I wanted to know what you thought about, the Illuminati powers that be, say, creating genetic weapons, i.e. the chupacabra, things like that, and sending it out into the world against us.
Well, I don't know. I got Reuters and BBC News reports. The Ministry of Defense is spending tens of billions a year in England successfully developing race-specific bioweapons. And here in this country, in last year's defense appropriations, they transferred lethal sarin nerve gas and other agents to the Department of Justice.
I mean,
in U.S. Code, you ready to write this down?
Yeah.
Title 50.
Title 50.
Chapter 32.
Chapter 32.
Subsection 1,520A.
Okay. 1,520A.
520A. Paragraph B.
Paragraph B.
They talk about how we're not allowed to use chemical and biological weapons on the American people, or any other power for that matter. But here are the exceptions. To use them on the American people for any law enforcement purpose, including crowd control. And that's the U.S. Code. And then in last year's 1059 Senate bill, I shouldn't be smiling about this, it's just so incredible, Section 1084 transferred lethal chemical weapons from defense to justice.
So could they perhaps be using this in other places, testing it there first?
Well, we know that that evil demon Saddam Hussein, who I'm really no fan of, was given just hundreds of metric tons of it by the U.S. during the Iran-Iraq War. That's public knowledge for 7 years in the 80s.
Yeah.
And Kamassia bunker complex was full of it, and young GIs got footage of it. We've aired it here.
That's crazy.
They just nerve gassed a bunch of Kurds.
That's insane. I don't know.
It's pretty bad, but I mean, globalist power chieftains empires have always been killing people. It's the nature of terror.
Yeah.
It's the nature of their business. Think of being at the top power scale with all these other sociopaths around you, how dangerous that is.
God.
Only they must kill at the top just to prove their power to the lowers. And they must kill some of their own people routinely just to keep everybody else afraid and in line.
Yeah, but that could reach so far. That could be aliens. That could be everything. All these sightings, everything.
Yeah, but you see, that is another enemy propaganda. You look at Fox, and they'll allow the X-Files, and it's all aliens. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is evil, but it's aliens. Well, some people have fun editing that on other shows, I'm sure. The point, I'll give them ideas now, that's fine too. What we're talking about here is, what they do is, they'll throw out on the X-Files, the Federal Emergency Management Agency says this. They could be evil. You're seeing it on a TV show on Fox. But next, it's aliens controlling FEMA. I can have the document showing FEMA can put every man, woman, and child in a forced labor camp. The Senate can have it out warning you We could have all the documents and video of camps on TV for you, and then actually rounding folks up in Seattle after they created the crisis, but it won't matter because people saw it on X-Files attached to aliens, which is pure bull.
Oh.
Not that I'm saying that couldn't be, but where's my proof? When I've got what I call meat and potatoes, real things happening, the Russians blowing up their own buildings and blaming it on their political enemies and getting caught by Moscow police, the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing.
Right.
See, that's the part about even an evil pyramidal system with the top-down structure. Even in Russia, the average cop on the beat's not evil.
Yeah.
Maybe a little corrupt, but when he catches guys planting bombs in an apartment complex and arrests them in their FSB, he still brings them in.
So there's no escape.
There is escape, just like those good cops in Russia arrested the equivalent of their CIA, their FSB, the new KGB, new name, same people, same agents, down to a T, blowing up buildings last year and blaming it on political dissonance.
But how many of our cops are likely to do the same thing when so many of them want to be part of it?
I will agree that at many levels, it's hard to believe, America used to be much freer and much more pure. Some of our cops are probably more evil than a Moscow cop. But I don't know if our KGB is more evil than their FSB. There, they like to keep the public real nice and sweet and happy and docile and domesticated, marching off to a gulag saying, boy, I was bad. Here, we'd be griping the whole way, might even know about the gulag, which they're building all over in the future, but it wouldn't matter because we wouldn't do anything.
I know.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. They're so far up on us, there's no way to get, I don't know.
Well, no, there is. Believe me, people are waking up. I can't, look, for you, people who probably don't know you, it's not a face. I can't go to a movie theater, to a store, down the street. Everybody stops me. Everybody talks to me. And I'm just one little person fighting on Access Television and on now about 67 radio stations.
All right. Keep fighting the war, brother.
Appreciate that call.
All right.
That's right. And we are cruising ahead. Again, just picked up a station in Tampa, Florida today. You can hear it in Tampa and St. Petersburg. God, I never knew I'd be. That's just so awesome. Thank God for it. That's right. The truth sells. People are hungry for it, and they're getting it. And the mere fact that I'm on the radio and all these other libertarian and conservative hosts, even some liberals that are waking up, are getting the information out. You see the phony left and phony right finally merging at these conferences and everything. We're going to win. I got to leave in a minute. Go ahead.
Why couldn't the argument be made for thumb scanners just as it is for guns, that they could also be used properly as opposed to improperly? Maybe the scanner itself is not evil. Why can't the scanner be used to prevent identity theft, which is one of the major problems we're facing right now?
But you know the government could replace or...
Right, they're ready for me. Let's go. Come over here and get the
Hold
pretty
on,
little red
Mike.
light.
I told Mike to start at 10 minutes before the end because I got to go get on the radio, but I'm going to go ahead and stay on for about 5 more and finish these calls. Look, it would be nice if we were all encased in styrofoam and could never have another wreck again. It's nice to see everybody wearing helmets when they ride their bikes, but you lose the feeling of freedom, that on the edgeness that is human. And it's those that control the government are putting toxins in the vaccines, dumbing down the population, putting grasshopper genes in tomatoes, deadly Ritalin to a third of the males now in school. All of this, funding Hitler, funding Stalin, financial Chase Manhattan, Citibank, all of these people give them the power to manipulate and micromanage, and making it the law that you have to thumb scan. If I want a thumb scan, let me, but don't make me. You
I
understand?
agree with that.
Plus, did you know they can make fake thumbprints, make fake fingerprints off a digital thumb scan, off a finger scan? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever think about a digital signature, how they can put that wherever they want? How you go into now a store and you do a digital signature, a digital photo? Did you know they can, 12 years ago, you'll see an old show, I'll say 10 years ago, but now it's really been 12 years, they admit they can computer morph an entire news show, and it be fake, literally wagging the dog.
Oh, sure, that's been possible for years.
Yes. So we're entering the realm of total mind control. And let me tell you what's at the core of it, sir. The enemies of freedom, the command and controllers, they want the life-extending technologies for themselves. They want them for themselves. They're testing everything else out on us. But to be able to live 400, 500 years, which they say will be capable of doing in 20 years for a 40-year-old male if he hasn't torn himself up, or female, with hormone replacements, with brain grafts, with cloning. They're already cloning humans in England. Did you hear that on the news? It's all over the British news. They just accelerated light times 300. Did you know about that?
No.
Yeah, it's all over the BBC, all over, scan the news wires. spin on a few things here in the U.S. The real stuff isn't news anymore, but OJ is 5 years later. They want to have the life-extending technology for themselves, but to do that, they have to create a parallel system where they're up here, we're mesmerized with television, soon-to-be wireheads, hooking into all these digital pleasures. All of this, then they can start exterminating most of us. The UN openly says this. Prince Philip wants to come back reincarnated as a virus in one of his books. And these are sickos. The Georgia Guidestones, they're all saying it. Their publications, so the earth will live. Been in an airplane, there's plenty of land, bud.
Do you not feel that this incites people to do like the guy in Kyle, Texas that shot a cop because he felt it was unconstitutional to give him a ticket for burning his
So what
seatbelt?
I say, we better burn books because we better burn the Constitution. Have you read the Declaration of Independence?
Years ago.
He has turned loose hordes of officers to eat out our substance and erected a multitude of bureaucracies. That's basically what it says. My God, burn it now. Burn it immediately. Look, sir, I got to say something to you. Yeah, the gentleman that was, the officer that was shot and killed, I really feel for him. But that old man was being harassed for 18 months. We've interviewed the neighbors. He allowed DPS to hunt on his property. It was they wanted his property, not the DPS, but in a Kyle the constables had. But see, I'm saying things, talking about freedom and saying stand up. So maybe I should be hauled off. I'm inciting problems, saying stand up for freedom. Be a free human. Enjoy the technology. Have access to reality-based information. My God, we might not be safe. A lordly officer was shot and killed. He's better than us. I'm sad that officer died, but am I not being reverent enough for you right now? Is something wrong if you learn to adore that centurion? Love that centurion. His life is worth 10 times what your life is. Man, I'm out here. I don't get paid to be up here right now, to get the death threats, to get attacked, all the rest of this stuff. You think I care? I don't. Why did the cop pull over? Because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Why was he violating a free human being's right to travel? I think it's wrong the cop got shot, but it was wrong that old man was getting harassed by the developers who wanted his property in Kyle. Well, was it bad for a black man when he was enslaved on the plantation to grab the axe handle back and bash master's brains out? Was that officer evil? No, probably not. Did he deserve what happened? No, but why haven't they released the videotape that all the DPS have in their cars, the little microphone they've got on their tie? Where is the tape? They always release it other times. And why did they report the first few days the officer hadn't fired? Now we find out he fired twice. The old guy fired once. What happened? Did I have a cop pull a gun out and put it to the back of my head one time, pull me over by my house because he saw a weight belt in my car when he pulled me over? Did I almost get my head blown off? What about Pedro, Oregon in Houston? Got shot 12 times in the back, the wrong house, on his bed, laying down when the cops came in. One of them jerked and killed him. Yeah, the DA in Houston laughed. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. We're not worth what you are, huh? How dare you? You talk about freedom. A cop might get shot. I tell you what, cops keep trying to confiscate guns. They keep trying to run checkpoints. They keep acting like Nazis. More of that's going to happen. Not from me. Cop says, I want to see your papers. I'll say, okay, here's an old paper. I'll deal with it in court. Officer, are you violating your oath to the Constitution? Don't you want your children to grow up in a free country, officer? That's how I would talk to him. They want police and the people against each other. They want to drive that wedge between us. Cops go to school, go to church, go to all the places we do, go to the, wherever, to the mall, to the movies. They're human beings. They're being conditioned just like we are. We're all in the same boat. It's not us against them. But I tell the police it's dangerous to be their minions. All right, let's go ahead and go to some more of the thumb scan. Dangerous stuff, man. We don't want to be part of an illegal national ID card. Oh, my goodness. People, hope, ladies and gentlemen, the federal, I'll be back tomorrow from 4:30 to 6 on Channel 10, and Mike will be back at midnight to 1:30 tonight with Lance and America Now for some great information. Midnight tonight, Channel 10. See you, folks. Register Bill Clinton. Urine and blood testing plan for you. Tell your friends about it. We have got to stand against this. The states are preparing to implement this plan. This is not a joke. This is not the entire document. It gets worse. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a joke to them. Only Coach Penders matters. Only diversions like Rome, the gladiators. If I don't take this, will I not be penalized for not having a driver's license, by not being able to cash a check, by being given tickets that if I don't pay those tickets, I'll be taken to jail. I can't travel out of state. I can't get on board an airplane. And the media is talking about thumb scanning to travel. You're working with the foreign banks and the military-industrial complex. This is all their idea. Read the Military War College from 1968. They planned this. Just because you lay around doesn't mean it's not true. This is not a publicity stunt. I was a lot happier years ago before I got into all this garbage. I'm sick of sheep laying down. I wish you'd get up and do something. Makes me want to vomit. Our forefathers went to World War II and World War I and fought in the Civil War to end slavery, and it means nothing to y'all. We're a bunch of yellow-belly weaklings. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people laying down like a bunch of jellyfish and rationalizing what's going on. People ought to be ashamed of themselves.
My brother's a cop. Gold star in the arm and be quiet.
Yes, exactly.
Now look very carefully at Mike Cox. He is head public information officer for all of Texas for the DPS. They weren't going to arrest me, but about 15 minutes into the protest, he showed up and things changed dramatically. He walked up, stared at me, turned, walked back to the back. They had a little meeting together, and then they came and arrested me.
If you do not leave now, I will be forced to arrest you.
Sir, I'm here to get a driver's license. I have never had a criminal record. It's time to go. Here I go. Get my stuff for me.
45 patients.
Yes, sir.
Doing your job. I guess that makes you a mercenary, huh? Paid mercenaries, huh? Got the black gloves on. Yeah, he's got his black gloves on. I guess that makes him tough. I guess that makes him look like a real well-paid mercenary there. We have to do a show tonight. Hey! Yeah, they're pushing everybody. They're pushing it. It's getting ridiculous here. All my tax dollars pay for this building. Yeah. He's got a couple of tags.
Okay, folks, it's Mike Hansen. Sorry to interrupt you here. We're busy in here. As you can see, we got editing going on, previewing over here, and we need your help to keep this rolling. We would love for you to send in $25, and I will send you back a signed copy of my book, Bohemia Grove, Cult of Conspiracy. It was forwarded by Tex Mars that just recently passed away, and it's fastly becoming a classic because there's not going to be any more Tex Mars. And that's when we snuck in back in the year 2000, the Bohemia Grove. There's Alex and myself when we were younger. Must be nice. And just, if you would, just send in your money and where you want it sent to our address here in Gonzales, Texas at 901 St. Joseph Street, Gonzales, Texas. If you want to call us here at 830-672-3089. Thanks a lot and God bless, and continue to subscribe to our YouTube channels here, Mike Hansen Archives, Hansen Archives, and our newest one, Waco Archives. Thanks a lot and God bless, and we'll let you get back to your classic viewing here on YouTube.